you today? So, for this live stream, I am still trying to figure out the timing for the countdown at the beginning because I don't think I did that right again. But sorry, second, for this live stream, I'm gonna be a little bit all over the place, but I will try to stay on topic and I will try to keep it as brief as possible. Clearly, I'm doing a great job so far. So, part of this live stream, what we're going to be doing is going over some new information that has come to light. I actually haven't seen all of Raylee's response, which is one of the things that we're going to be looking at today. And so you can watch that with me because I haven't seen these videos. So this will be my reaction. Or if you've already seen it, you can watch me react if you'd like. Um, and then after that, we're going to go through the client that spoke out previously. She put another video out, so we're going to check that out. And then there's a couple of commentary pieces from other content creators that I just wanted to think about in relationship to everything we know right now. Um, and then there's actually one I forgot to pull up that I wanted to show, I think. Let me see if I sent that to myself to pull up. Um, and then I want to go over, so somebody reached out to me that used to work for Casze, and so I'm just going to show a screenshot that was approved for me to show regarding that. Um, okay, I found it. I didn't pull this video up. Apologies if it starts auto playing. Okay, pausing that. All right, I wanted to check that out. Okay, and so someone reached out to me, so I need to link this still. So somebody reached out to me, so I figured we could check that out. I found a new article about the situation. I actually found two new articles about the situation. Um, and then the last thing is I'm going to replay the live stream that I had done last night. And that live stream, I needed to take it down in order to redact something. So one of the cases that I covered, I didn't realize it was a personal law case until actually I was doing the live stream. And just because of the nature of the law case, am I speaking right? Of the legal case? I don't know. It just doesn't, it didn't feel right for me to leave that up. And I just wanted to make sure that things were safe for the people involved in that case. So what we're going to do instead is I redacted, the information visually from that, and what we're gonna do is I'm gonna attempt to restream this live stream, redoing that, and I'm gonna try to leave that content out. And if I slip up with any part of that gets through, this live stream might get taken down and I'll redo it again. So if this live stream gets taken down, that's probably what happened there. But yeah, so I'm gonna attempt to restream all of that content with redacted, and with that part redacted, I will mention it, but we're not gonna go over the legal case. And yeah, I would like to ask that you not look into it, to respect the people involved. For the person who is the plaintiff, let's respect the plaintiff on that, if you know what I'm talking about. But other than that, um, so yeah, and then, oh, before we get started, one more thing before we get started. So that's what we're covering today. I'm going to talk about changes that I've made to the playlist real quick. Then I'm going to roll my intro, and then we're going to actually fucking get started. So real quick, changes that I've made because of new information that has come to light regarding the coverage. First of all, I have unlisted the first few videos that I've completed. I don't know if I might set them back to public depending on how things shake out at the end, because at the end of the day, at this time, I don't know anything for certain. I only know what's in front of me, right? And why I think the way I think based on the resources available to me at a given time, right? So we're gonna see how that shakes out. If it does shake out to where legally it is decided that the dress is stolen, I might make those videos back to public again. But for now, I'm going to just leave them at unlisted. Um, Another thing I did was rename the playlist. I forgot the exact wording. It was something about, I think I said that Raylee, I think I had previously called it Raylee Rukavina steals dress from Casze. I think that's what I previously called it. Well, I renamed it. It is currently now named, so there's different names for Casze out there, so I included all of those names in the versions of it. So it's now just called Raylee Rukavina, and then like all of Casey's current names that I know, if that makes sense. And then the third thing is I am attempting to do a production shift with the way this is covered. So previously I was trying to approach just from the angle of value alignment in business and discussing value alignment in sales transactions and negotiations and things like that, right? That's kind of how like the first video or two, like where I was coming from. And then between the second and third video, like I'm like, okay, now I'm just trying to cover what was happening as it occurred. And then between the third and then the one I did last night that got taken down, my whole perception I feel has shifted in some ways. I still think um, there could be a possibility that the dress does happen to be stolen in this case, but I also feel very differently about the circumstances which occurred in order for it to lead up to that event in this situation, as well as the history of the business itself. And I do question still, like, I was kind of questioning it, but then I excused it in my previous live streams, right? But now I'm questioning it in terms of not excusing it, but in terms of second guessing it. Should, even if the dress was stolen in this case, should it have been handled the way it was handled? And so yeah, I'm gonna roll my intro. I'm gonna play all this content that I have lined up for this live stream because I feel like it explains some things. And then in future production, we'll be discussing things such as we're going to be doing more of like a PR analysis of the whole situation, how public perception has shifted. And I also kind of want to discuss the financial situations in which I believe could have set, the background for this, and things like that. Those are definitely planned. What is not planned, but what I would like to do, but I will not do it if I'm not given permission or consent to, is share more on the source that reached out to me side anonymously. Um, but you know what? I'm just going to leave it at that. So I'm going to roll my intro and then we're going to get started. Hi, my name is Lexi, aka Deaf Child. I'm born deaf, hard of hearing. My team was one of the top teams between 2020 and 2024 in New Orleans and Louisiana. I began doing business as Deaf Child in 2013, marketing 2011, and sales 2009. I've earned 50 plus certifications in marketing and sales, and I have my Bachelor of Science from Loyola University, New Orleans, with a music industry studies major and a business administration minor. Visit my site at noladeafchild.com. Alright, so first of all, there was a question regarding the concept of whether or not this was stolen. And besides giving the definition of theft and stolen, of thief and steal in my previous content, basically from this point, all I've really been able to find is stuff more of an opinion based. I kind of try to look into legal terms regarding this, but I don't think I was able to really find anything about a situation specifically like this. But what I did find is an article from an attorney from Eldridge and Craven's attorney at law. And in this article, they have a section about returning an item. And in it, it says, because intent is such a crucial element to theft cases, returning an item eliminates the chances of prosecution, right? Unfortunately, returning a stolen item does not cancel out the intent to steal. While returning an item or asset shows remorse, you still stole the item to begin with, which means you intended to break the law and proceeded to do so and keep the stolen item until you felt remorse. That is how the prosecution views these matters. To the prosecution, once a person commits a crime, they can be tried in court. So this is the mindset that I had all along when covering this case about if the dress was stolen. Because in my head, legally, like, if she kept the dress without final payment on it and she did not send it back yet, regardless of intent to return, it could still technically be stolen. That's what I've been saying all along, and this is why I think that way from this type of source. Now, I was not there for the situation. I don't know all of the evidence. I don't know all of the receipts. I'm not disputing whether or not she could have been unsatisfied with the result of the product because her lived experience is hers to live. And I also wonder if I'm misogynistic for questioning if the dress didn't fit, if it could have been because she was pregnant. That could have been misogyny on my part, by the way. Putting that out there. Um, things like that. Like, I'm still, like, all the time I say shit, and then I'm like, damn, bitch, I don't like what the fuck you said, about myself. You know what I mean? So when I'm over here, like, talking about how I don't like shit people say, like, never think that I don't like, that I think that I'm just great bitch, too. You know what I mean? Like, I think I'm really problematic, but I'm trying. But that doesn't excuse the harm, but it's, like, where I'm at. You know what I mean? Um, so yeah, so this was my thought process going into it all. And so from here, I want to check. So this video comes from 2 days ago, and I just thought it was a perspective that I hadn't seen yet. I thought it was interesting in terms of giving me information and ways to think about dress design and the sales process in this regard that I hadn't considered before. I will say the rest of this video is going to go in a different way from this video, but I just thought it would be interesting to see so we could just kind of in some ways show the difference in the public's shift in the perception. So from 2 days ago, we were getting videos more on this way, and so now you're going to see Raylee's receipts, and then you're going to see how the tides have turned kind of after that, particularly and then but we'll also see though where one of the clients spoke out how she's now having to speak out against some of the backlash she's gotten for speaking out. So we're going to kind of balance all of that. So before I hit play, previously I've been having some issues with, the sound adjustment here. In my last live stream, what I attempted to do is when a soft video came up, I attempted to raise the desktop audio on my audio mixer for the live stream, and I think that provided a better experience, so I'm going to try to do that again. And that's what we are testing now in terms of troubleshooting technical difficulties with audio visuals for this live stream. Okie dokie, so if there are any volume issues, I apologize. Now let's do this bitch. So I don't think this one has captions, unfortunately for us. So I'm probably going to be doing, on the videos without captions. I know it might be a little bit annoying when I'm basically just repeating what the fuck they just said sometimes, but it's only about confirming, processing, and just saying what I think they said in terms of how I'm processing this. And hopefully my captioners will pick it up what I'm saying for the accessibility for others is where my head is at when I do that. So yeah, all right, here we go.
The woman who took that.
This is a little quiet, so I'm gonna raise the volume a little for us. I'm raising on my computer for me first, and I'm gonna raise this all the way up for you guys, and that's as high as it'll go for you. Sorry, for me.
Wedding dress from that designer, and then didn't pay for it and then completely ghosted her, in my opinion, that woman is lying. And let me tell
Okay, so I was wrong. I didn't think there was captions on this video. There is captions on this video. That's great for me. Fucking dude, yeah, I thought that, I'm not gonna lie, I thought Raylee was lying at first as well. Like, I really did. I was just like, she's just trying to cover her ass. Now I'm at where I believe that Rayleigh didn't think she was stealing, and I believe that Rayleigh probably didn't mean to technically steal the dress, even if she may have technically done that by not paying in full or getting it returned. I believe, that she may have not meant to, but I still believe, in this case, I could see why Casey may have technically gotten this dress stolen from her. But, not, well, I don't know, but we'll see how, given some other situations that have come out, why I think that Casey, why I can't speak for her, of course, or for the business, of course, but I can say from a PR analysis of what I think may have been happening with reasons for doing this in terms of finances and um, things like that, and business procedures and issues like that. So yeah, okay.
you how I know. I was a top bridal consultant for several years, so I have put thousands of wedding gowns on women, and I have seen the bridezillas and I've seen the momzillas. So one thing about a wedding gown, it does not lie. If it does not fit, unless you are small and the gown is too big and then, they can take the gown down, baby, there ain't nothing you can do with it. If you say that wedding gown is 2 sizes too small, there is nothing that is going to be except get you or make it in a larger size. But
So if the dress, this does tell me, like, I didn't feel like, if the dress was actually too small, how could she have gotten it on her body? You know what I'm saying? Now she does still have photos of her wearing the dress, so I don't think it was like 2 sizes too small on her. Or I don't think she would have been able to get into it correctly, in my opinion. Whether or not she was satisfied with it, that's a different um story. She's allowed to be able to say whatever the fuck she wants about that, but I don't think there was that drastic of a difference, the sizing, from what I could see in the pictures. And I know that's not what she's saying. She's talking generally. I'm just saying that in my head, like how I'm applying it.
that woman, she's had several fittings. She and her sister, they had several fittings, and that the designer canceled the final fitting. If you had several fittings by a seamstress who's making this gown for you by hand, she has fitted to your body. She has sewn it for your body. And it does fit, because you don't go through several fittings and the dress is 2 sizes too small. That's what happens if you buy a dress off a rack and you're lying about your body size. That doesn't happen when you have a designer who's making you an intricately made dress by hand. So the other thing is, you send.
Also, I would like to note that the issues in this video production here, that comes from what is posted here. I think there was something that happened in the video upload onto TikTok where it did that freezy thing, and then the words got shifted from her, that where they don't align with her mouth. I think that probably happened to her in the upload process. But anyway, fucking yeah, I do think that she's making some interesting points with the aesthetic and the entire concept that I hadn't considered before. So just food for thought, really.
In this picture of you in this very plain satin gown, saying this is what you had to wear because the dress didn't fit. Nobody goes from being extremely intricate in what they want in a gown to the plainest gown that's absolutely possible. Even off the rack, you could get something else. You don't change your mind to that degree. I want you to post a photo of you at the altar with your husband.
We have seen photos of her in the satin dress, like they were like dancing or whatever. So I do think that she did wear that dress, to the wedding, maybe. I don't know though.
And let us all see what you were wearing at that exact moment, because that will tell us the truth. The other thing is, Bridezilla, if a bride is approaching her wedding day and that gown is 2 sizes too small, let me tell you what she's not going to do. She's not going to ghost you. She's not going to block you. You're going to hear from her on every platform, on your phone, on your text. Her mama is going to call, and they are going to be raising all out hell.
I mean, that's definitely how I would have approached the situation if it was me and someone fucked up my wedding dress, and I'd given them all the money, to be honest. Hi.
Because now you got a hysterical woman on your hands. She wants that gown. If there's a problem with the gown, she wants it taken care of, because that's what she's got in her mind, and that's what she wants for her wedding. And there is going to be no variation. So the fact that all of a sudden you got the gown, and who has you send a gown? Who allows you to send a gown if you say it's 2 sizes too small?
That's what I'm saying too, though, because how would it be 2 sizes too small between the dress fitting it now? You know what I mean?
And why are you going to go to Fedex and pick the gown up and then just suddenly disappear and then have your sister come back? How come you ain't on here telling the story? Why is somebody else on here trying to cover up for you, and now people are having to deal with the collateral damage from your actions?
And I think we are about to get these answers. Now, I did not see these videos. I just saw that they came out. They came out last night while I was streaming. I didn't even see them until today, I think. And so I see that they come out, and so now I'm like, ooh, we gotta cover this. So, I pulled them up to watch them, but I haven't even seen them yet. But I think we're gonna get these answers in a second.
You are lying, lady. That dress was not a problem. You just didn't want to pay for it. Give me your comments.
So yeah, that was Lori's thoughts, and I'm gonna leave this up to remember to link it in this video when I'm done. So now what we finally have is Raylee speaking out after the wedding. So we've got 2 parts here. It's about 15 minutes of content, so I imagine this is gonna take me at least 30 minutes to cover this. But yes, so let's get started. You know what? I think this is a shit without captions. Okay, so I might be repeating a little bit extra, so my bad. It's not playing for me. Gonna try reloading this.
Hey everyone, this is Raylee. You've probably seen me all over TikTok, but now that things have calmed down a little bit, I'm ready to tell you guys the truth. The reason I haven't gotten on here and said anything is I was getting married and dealing with family being in town, friends, and trying to enjoy being a newlywed. The reason I'm speaking out now is I have found some professional advice, and I was not happy with Sindera starting.
So she's saying she did not speak out before because she was trying to basically enjoy her wedding, and she waited till she got advice.
A GoFundMe because most of her information has been so far from the truth, and I'm ready to tell you guys the truth. To set the record straight, I did not wear the dress that Casze, LLC, or Sindera White made.
Oh, it's Kazazi? Shit, my bad. I've been saying Case Z. Dude, I don't know how to fight to say this thing. Is it Kazazi? So I don't think whether or not she wore the dress is relevant to the question of whether or not she stole it. But you know what? I'm still interested in hearing this story.
I'm waiting on photos back from my photographer so that I can show you guys, but I'll show you guys the ones that I have now because it was an unplugged ceremony, so I do only have a few of me in the dress that I had to buy 2 days before my wedding. Here's one of the photos from my ceremony. Here is another picture of me right before the ceremony, and
so like as we could see in the previous video, I can see kind of why she's showing this because people were asking and saying, well, you probably stole it to wear it at your wedding anyway, and that's why we're not seeing pictures. I was seeing that type of ideology out there. So I can see why she's showing this, like, okay, I didn't wear that dress. I was wearing another dress, if that's what she was wearing. Um, I will still say that for me, it doesn't change whether or not the dress is stolen. So I am looking forward to seeing the evidence related to that I'm looking for.
Here's a photo of me right after the ceremony. As soon as I get photos from my photographer and videographer, I will absolutely post them to here from the ceremony so that everybody can see that I did not wear the dress from Casze. Okay, so here is the contract as you can.
Okay, so this is the contract. Let me read this. The contract says, I, Raylee Rukavina, consent to doing business with, is it Casze? I've been saying Casze. Casze or Casze LLC on February 19th, 2024. February 19th, 2024. This is not, that doesn't sound like a rush order to me. Is 6 months considered rush order in the couture world? Um, you know what I'm saying? I understand that either Casze or Caze LLC is producing custom couture designs. The fabric material is chosen specifically for each design. For regular couture garments, such as cocktail dresses, jumpsuits, etc., I will allow 1 to 3 months. Formal wear, 2 to 3 months. And for bridal wear, 3 to 6 months. That is well within the time that she says that she needs. This allows time for sourcing, production, and finishings. The completion date is August 10th, 2024. Okay, here it is. Okie dokie. The description of my design is as follows. 2-in-1 bridal gown. Short silver embellished fringe dress base with off-white detachable train. Short dress will be on white mesh corset base. Neckline will be constructed with a combination of half moon and sweetheart neckline, refer to sketch. Beaded fringe with beaded tassel on end of fringe at the bottom of dress, with some rhinestone fringe mixed. Detachable waist train with crystal overlay with silver rhinestone, sequin, and beads ombre effect, denser to lighter. The train length will be cathedral, 8 feet long. And then it says, by signing this consent form, you agree to the following terms and conditions. Provide a valid photo ID or license. You agree to pay a deposit for your item. Pay remaining balance or pay in full. There is no refund for partial payment or balance paid in full. If the item is not picked up by 12 business days, you forfeit ownership. 12 business days to forfeit ownership? God damn, what the out of town? DocuSign by Raylee Rukavina. 84F6F BTCA 4A3. The email address, rayleerukavina@gmail.com. Damn, she doxed herself for this. Project amount, $6,290. Date, February 19th, 2024. Phone number, I'm not reading that, but it's here. She fucking doxed herself for this shit. That's how you know that, okay, whether or not I think that she stole the dress, I do believe that she came into it from a good place and wasn't going into it to steal. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? You know what that makes sense? So yeah. Do I still, because of going back to that first source I showed, with just that, what I understand from what I've seen in the law. You know what I'm saying? So I do believe, according to the contract, Raylee and Kazazi are both in violation of the contract. You know what I'm saying? Because if Kazazi, I mean, if Raylee never paid in full, she's in violation of the contract that she signed. If Kazazi didn't deliver on time, she's in violation of the contract. An argument could be who violated first would be up to attorneys. I would assume that Kazazi or Casze or whatever her name's argument is going to be is that because Raylee didn't pay in full or whatever, she's going to use that in her legal defense is what I'm assuming. Um, I would like to reiterate here the difference between the amount that was charged to Raylee Rukavina versus the amount in the GoFundMe. Even though Sandera admitted she discounted the dress or claimed she discounted the dress for Raylee, I do think it's interesting that she's asking for more on the GoFundMe page than she is than what she charged Raylee for. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. All right, let's see what else there is to say.
You can see right here, it was a total of $6,290 for the Kazazi dress. $6,290 is what we agreed on for this dress. And as you can see right here, August 10th, 2024 was supposed to be our completion date. As you can see, we signed this 2/19/2024, and she states in her contract that bridal wear is 3 to 6 months. 9 days shy of 6 months was her time frame for this dress, and she still went 12 days over. As you can see in this contract, there is literally no discount stated whatsoever. I realize at the time of making this.
So I can totally see your point. She was basically reiterating what we just discussed, and she was also saying like no discount was ever made known to her if there was a discount. You know what I'm saying? I could see that. So I do think it's interesting that a discount was said to be she was given, but she on her end there was none. I could totally see that. You know what I'm saying? Um, I think that that song on TikTok that's trending where it's like, fuck it, guess we both ain't shit. I really feel like that kind of applies here, but am I wrong for that? But I guess in this situation, right? Like, she didn't pay in full, she didn't deliver a good service, you're even. You know what I mean? Well, it would have been that way if Kazazi didn't go balls to the wall on making sure that like everybody thought, in my opinion, that Raylee stole the dress. In my opinion, now didn't Raylee steal the dress? Perhaps, but I do think it's interesting the way this narrative has unfolded, the way the story has unfolded, the way, and it, what is it's doing for me though? It's really leading me to really reconsider my own content development. And so, Rayleigh, I apologize for any harm it's causing for you, but thank you for being a lesson to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be making sure that I do better with my content production on. But I do feel that I did try to, but at the same time, I didn't, I did, so I do feel I did try to, in the ways that I was trying to put both sides out there, given the information available to me, in a way, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like where I was trying, I could see that, but at the same time, I formed my opinion and I stated that opinion. Um, I think the biggest thing I did wrong was using the headline. In every other instance that I discussed this, I think I did a relatively good job of making it clear my opinion, my belief, why I think what I think, right? Versus the one headline that I used and the playlist name title previously that I used. The headline on that first video on the Marketing Sunday where I had called it Raylee Rukavina steals dress from Kazazi or KC or whatever the fuck her name is, something like that. Um, from her. So I had called the playlist that, and I had called the part of my video title that, right? I think something like that. And so I think those two things are probably where, in the future, I need to make sure that I better understand and pay attention to how these words will impact someone's SEO. And so that way people can go click, get that full story, and not you, because even I could say, oh, well, it's clickbait because when you click, you find out it's just an opinion. But should you use a title that can be clickbait? You know what I mean? No. So that's not where I'm going. I'm just saying I know it could come off that way, but that's not how it was supposed to be because if and at the time, I was going where I thought the information was, right? Because I think it's interesting the way that Sundar presented the text messages and the evidence at the beginning really does lead you to believe like she has the evidence but wasn't sharing more not to dox anybody, right? That's really what it led you to believe. But here you go, cause where Rayleigh's like, fuck it, I'm doxing myself. Now what? Next move. You know what I'm saying? That's what I feel just happened here. Like, it's one thing to show evidence, but to fucking dox yourself? I mean, when you're a business owner, in some ways you already do that because you have to do business in some ways. You have to register and create these public things, but I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm still tripping on this. Okay, let's keep going.
This video that the GoFundMe has been taken down, but you can see this total price, and I will show you the deposit that we paid, showing that the GoFundMe is completely false. This is the emailed receipt from Casze of us paying 60%.
Okay, so she has paid half of it up front. I will say, because we've already kind of showed the source for that earlier, and then we looked at according to the terms of your contract as well. Between those two concepts, I still think that Caze, Sundara may have initially and still could potentially have that legal argument on whether or not the dress is stolen in that one case. But what I do think is a separate case, whether or not something is true isn't the only element to defamation and slander and libel. And those three things differ based on whether or not it was printed or said, um, and things like that. So all of these things have multiple elements in order to, but whether or not something is the truth isn't the only. And even if it's true that the dress may have been technically stolen by way of the contract with that loophole, when you look into the it must be paid in full, you agreed that, you consented to that. Even if you paid half of it up front, if you didn't pay the rest, you still signed the contract saying you would. So she might be able to use that in court. But um, I do think that Raylee might have an entirely separate case regarding some sort of defamation claim regarding the way all of this went down. And I think my live streams might be proof of that in terms of documenting uh, everything. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong. Um, you know what I'm saying? Okay.
Of the bridal gown, right here. Here is the invoice. As you can see, this is the total, $6,290, and it was a 60% deposit for $3,774. And swipe back if you need to, but the other picture that I just showed was the paid invoice. Before I jump to her sending the dress in August, I want to brief you guys on what has happened from February all the way till August. In the beginning, we met with her on a Zoom consultation to take measurements and get all of those measurements sent to her. And then she stated that she would be sending over swatches, sending me swatches of the fabric she was going to use for the dress. I never received those. I flew from Colorado to Miami for our first fitting in the beginning of April, and her team and her did not give us a location or a time until literally the night before, which was my last day there. For the second...
Okay, I actually have a theory about that, but I can't fucking say it. But if if I get permission to discuss some certain things that I found out, then I'm gonna come back to this later on why I think this could have happened.
Fitting, I flew down to Miami. I was there for a total of 5 days trying to do our second fitting. During those 5 days that I was in Miami, I continued trying to communicate with Sindera and her team. And on the night before the last day that we were supposed to be there, Sindera texted and just canceled our second fitting altogether. Since our second fitting was canceled, I continued asking for photos. After the second fitting, I continued asking for updates or photos of my dress. Casze customer service agreed to a Zoom call for June 16th that was supposed to be with a customer service agent and Sindera. When we got on that Zoom call, Sindera was nowhere to be found. We even pushed that Zoom call back 30 minutes from the original time we were supposed to do it, waiting for her, and she never showed up to the Zoom call, so we had the Zoom call with a...
Yeah, I can definitely see like all of the reasons that I'm glad this is all coming out in terms of I can see all the reasons there seems to be customer service issues here. There seems to be issues in the sales funnel and with the business processes on this back end. And so I do think it's interesting for this to all come out. I think it's a lesson for business owners to consider as well. Like, what is your intake system with your client? What is your production system? How are you balancing? Um, creating a sustainable process and routine for your employees to manage the workload that you're taking on and things like that. These are other things that we can now put into consideration.
The customer service rep from Casze, and yet still no photos of the dress. The customer service rep stated that she would get photos for us from Sindera as soon as she could, but that didn't happen. I continued asking for updates and a date for our final fitting, which she did inform me 10 days out from my final completion date for the dress. So I had to buy a last-minute flight from Grand Junction to Miami to get there from August 9th to the 11th. I didn't get a photo of the dress.
I thought that's when the dress was supposed to be completed by according to the contract. So now I wonder, when the lawyers are arguing, are they going to argue, on her side, are they going to argue, well, you didn't finish the dress in time, so therefore you didn't receive the full payment to pick up the dress because it wasn't done in time to pay you in time, right? Or is her side going to argue, well, you didn't pay us in full, so we couldn't put it together in time? I wonder how that's going to work out. Because I do understand that you could both end up arguing that they're in breach of contract, but at the same time, it doesn't negate, in my opinion, what each one did. It just shows they both, you know, um, didn't uphold their end of the deal in this case. In my opinion, potentially. You know what I'm saying?
Until 4 days before the completion date, which was August 6th, is when she sent it. This is the video of my dress that she sent me 4 days before the completion date. This is nothing what we agreed upon. I was absolutely sick when I saw this. Here's another angle.
Yeah, I can see why you that wouldn't be, what you were going for. Yeah, and this, in my opinion, if this is what was shown in the final video, I don't think this is what was shown in the final video, is it? Or if it was, they did something really cool with the lighting and the photography to make it look good, but I don't think this is what is shown in the final video either.
I never asked for this many pearls. The boob cups are absolutely terrible, and this point is completely wrong. It's not even a point, which we spoke about in our very first fitting.
So she's taking creative liberties with the dress. It didn't come out the way it was supposed to either. Okay, I'm seeing that too. In terms of, I get it. If it's one thing, like if you want to be the type of person where you're just like, I'm going to make you what the fuck I want to make you, and you can either wear it or not, bitch, that's fine, but you have to advertise yourself as such. In my opinion. In my opinion, if you advertise yourself as someone who is going to take a custom order, you, in my opinion, need to do your best to make it to that specification. In my opinion. You know what I mean?
If she would have sent me photos or videos.
And another thought is if somebody, like in certain cases, like for me with graphic design or marketing, there will be limitations on my ability to fulfill something to meet the specifications they want. But I do my best to discuss that with them before anything starts and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So that also needs to be considered in my opinion.
Throughout this process, we could have not done this. At this time, I also asked her for a video or photo of the actual detachable skirt, which she could not provide to me because get this, when I got there, they hadn't done anything to it. The skirt had zero design, it was absolutely white, it looked like it hadn't even been touched. This.
Wow. And with the photo for that to be that, like, yeah. I don't know how long. So this does look really good to me. I don't know how long this takes to complete, but for it to be, this is when you're supposed to be picking this up and it's not done yet, like, that is unacceptable in my opinion.
This is August 9th. The skirt, mind you, untouched. This was August 10th, the day I should be taking this dress home. The overlay here is pinned on, and it was supposed to follow every pleat of the skirt, and when I got it, it did not.
Yeah, this does, I can definitely see why there is an issue. Um, I think at this point, what I would recommend for anybody else in this situation, so you don't ever get into a situation where it becomes something that could explode to something like Raylee and Kazazi or Case Z, is at this point, you need to just document it and get your legal advisor on. If it reaches this point with your wedding dress design, you need to start focusing on how can you get your money back and where can you get a dress from. And because at this point you can see where it's not, the communication isn't working out all along, it's not going to work out in time. And so at this point, if she hadn't paid half of it, she could have used that other half to go get her a new dress and things like that real quick. It wouldn't have been what she wanted, but it would have been better. And she could have done that same design some on another occasion, right? With a different color or something, perhaps. But for this, it's like she could have done it in silver for another or something. But yeah, fucking because the vision would have worked out. You could see where it was going. Um, I can definitely see why she's not satisfied with the end result. I do think, if she could have afforded an attorney at this point, that's where it would have been good to get an attorney to step in um, on your behalf and do the communication for you for that legal representation. Like if I were a bride and this happened to me, I would be getting someone I know who is an attorney to step in for me because anything over I think $600 to $1,000 at that point might be worth getting an attorney involved on, in my opinion. Um, so yeah, fucking there are. I do think there are things in this case not to victim blame either because I feel like we're at a point where both of them are. Like before I'm talking before Kazazi did the internet video thing. I feel and I can see how both parties have wronged each other. Previously, I felt that Sindera was the one wronged, right? That's where I was completely. Now I feel that even if Sindera may have been wronged, because I'm still not seeing something yet that leads me to believe something different regarding evidence for if the dress was stolen, even if she was unhappy with the dress. Um, but what I am seeing is because I'm not seeing evidence on that yet, but I am seeing evidence that Sindera wronged her too. You know what I'm saying? And she didn't go call out Sindera the way Sindera did her. She was trying to focus on her wedding, right? And so like if she had, so for me it was like whoever sing like who it's like when two kids are fighting and then one kid goes and tells the adults, but they were both being little butt heads to each other. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes when kids fight, it's definitely because one kid's being an asshole to the other kid, and you're like, yo, this kid's an asshole, what the fuck? But sometimes, when kids will just be fighting over stupid shit, right? And so, you're both being little shitheads right now, right? No offense to kids. I love kids. I have a niece. My niece is my favorite fucking person, so I don't want to be acting like I don't like kids talking about like kids this way. I'm just summarizing, right? Um, so, you know what I mean? So in one way it's kind of like that where whichever kid goes and tells the parent first is sometimes the one coddled. You know what I mean? I kind of feel like that's what happened with the internet in a way, in my opinion. Does that make sense or am I wrong for thinking that? I don't know, right? But yeah, so I feel like this should have just stayed in court. It shouldn't have come potentially to social media. In my opinion, would have been the best thing for Kazazi's business, in my opinion. Because now we're at a level where things are coming out about Kazazi that a can of worms has opened, and I don't know if she's gonna be, once the cat is out of the bag, um, it's gonna scratch you a lot if you try to put it back in, probably. You know what I'm saying? You better get a trank gun. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
This dress was supposed to be custom to my body, my fit, and we had to cinch me in so much because she used E6000 glue to glue all the gems on. As you can see, this is August 10th. This is supposed to be the completion date, and that dress is not even close to being done.
I wonder how she can tell it's that glue specifically. She's like naming the specific fucking glue it is. She's like, bitch. You know what I mean? So I can definitely see on this perspective why there is issue on the client side. I do feel that in order for a legal argument to counteract, the concept of a stolen dress, which possibly should have been done for anybody else that finds them in a situation like this, would be to not do create legal documentation or at least some form of paper trail via email and text messages regarding the issues with the dress for your legal protection. You know what I'm saying? Um, and doing best efforts to hold the designer accountable if they are, you know what I'm saying, missing the mark on your item this way. But does that still justify you taking the thing and not paying in full for it? You know what I'm saying? Like, I agree that there are definitely discrepancies in Kazazi's story. I definitely think that there are things that Sandera is doing, where it's like, this does not seem ethical to me. But at the same time, um, because of the contract you signed, whether or not we agree with it, she may still have that legal leverage over Raylee, according to the contract, even though both violated it. You know what I'm saying? Um, if that makes sense. However, if they both violated the contract and the contract is breached and the contract is now void, I think what will default is state law, in my opinion. And then the state law that defaults is going to be based on the court in which the um, trial occurs, I think. And I believe that may happen. So it depends, because sometimes with e-commerce, you can make an argument to get it done in your own state if you made the purchase in your state. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes with e-commerce, you might have to make that court happen in the state. You might have to file in the state where the business, where she flew into, which I can't remember, because I know that there's a Miami location and a Georgia location, so I can't remember which location she flew into, if it was the Florida or the Georgia one. But she's going to have to go into one of those locations potentially to do the court case, I think. Depending on how that jurisdiction works out. I'm not an attorney. I don't know. I'm just theorizing. I'm just talking shit. I don't know anything about the law. I have worked for 3 different law firms, but I don't know shit about the law. I don't know if I get to count the third one. I've worked for 2.5. I'm sorry. Um, fucking, dude, I got a story time on that. I really want to tell it, but I can't fucking tell it, but I really want to. Wait a minute. Did I respond to an email? Bro. Hold up. I gotta make sure I responded to an email. Hold on. Is that today? I did not get email. I wonder if it's an auto email. Bro. It's already past business hours, so it's too late for me to call. I'm gonna have to call. I'm gonna have to call these people Monday. Shit, man, I may have missed the deadline on that. That really sucks for me. I can't tell you what I'm talking about either. Oh, my bad. Accidentally minimized this. I just scrolled up for those who might need to pause and check out that captioner to see what the fuck I just said. But basically, I was just talking about how I just remembered that I was supposed to make sure that I confirmed an appointment today. So I was checking my email real quick for that. Anyway, so sorry. Fucking let's keep watching this shit. But I apologize for this interruption. Um, I'm gonna potentially cover what I'm talking about if I can one day, but today is not that day. So, all right.
This is the dress on August 11th. I was supposed to take it home with me on the 11th. The completion date was supposed to be the 10th. As you can see, it is still rubbing me on my breast so bad. The pearls are not finished. There was so much more that was still not finished with the dress, so I wasn't able to approve it before I left. Sindera stated that it wasn't ready for me to take home and that she would overnight ship it by August 15th so that I would get it by the 16th. I continued asking for updates and photos throughout this time. She refused to send me any. She promised August 10th in her contract and then promised August 15th while I was there, and neither one of those dates were met. Now, 3 days before my wedding, she sends me 2 blurry videos of the dress, and I ask her to resend them or FaceTime me, anything, so that I can at least see what is going on. Pause to read these.
Okay, so the text messages from Sindera. It says I believe the blue is from her and the white is from Sindera. And it says, I just sent you a message through WhatsApp. Can you also send me a video of the corset dress with the skirt? I'm waiting for it. Let me know when you send it. Would you be able to, oh, I just burped, sorry. Would you be able to FaceTime me instead? I really can't tell with the videos. It's still blurry. And this is with Sindera, and this is what she told Sindera. Sindera replied, we are sending them all now. And I'm at Fedex. We'll send tracking shortly. And she responded, I can't tell in the video if the belt is right. I need you to send me more photos so I can confirm the belt and the corset dress. I don't think the belt part of the skirt is right. I need a photo of the front of the skirt too. And Sindera responded, we are sending them all. One moment.
This is all of the text messages that happened right after she sent me a blurry video of the dress that I couldn't even tell or proof. She states that she's already sending them without me even proofing them. Mind you, this is Tuesday night. She then sends me a tracking number. This is the original tracking number she sent me on.
Okay, the original tracking number. I wonder how a fake one was sent. Like, because I don't understand enough about their procedure to know how it would have been done in that way. For me, all of like, the tracking number and everything like that is auto done for me. And again, I do have my own online store at noladeafchild.com. Um, so yeah, for me to track everything is shipped. It's all done automatically for me. Like I would have to manually. I don't even think I can. I don't on my end. I don't think I can even influence your tracking number because my people do it for me. My suppliers do it for me. So, you know what I'm saying? So, like, for me, it's just kind of like, I wonder how, in which part of her system was she able to do that? I don't know. You know what I mean?
On Tuesday the 20th. I don't even know why I cover my address anymore because you guys have all posted it everywhere. She leads me to believe that this is the real tracking number, that she dropped my package off at the FedEx. I call FedEx because it says we'll add a delivery date as soon as we get your package. I call them and I'm like, hey, do you have my package? They say no, she hasn't dropped it off yet. Then, these are the text messages I asked Sin, can you
Okay, so here are the text messages. So she told Sindera, "Hi Sin, can you send me the tracking number?" Sindera sent a PDF. She said, "Thank you." Okay, so maybe the PDF was what was altered. That makes sense. So, thank you. So, the dress did not ship out last night, and she said, "Yes, we dropped it off right at the closing time, and the representative took it and locked the door. The label should update shortly. If not, we can go back up there. They know us, so it won't be any issues." She said, "FedEx is showing they haven't received it. Can you go check on it?" And she said, "Okay, yes, we will go if it doesn't update by 4 to 5. That sounds like pretty late to go check, though. You know what I mean? Considering closing time. Um, Also, did you receive the balance information? We honestly do not ship until the balance is paid in full, but I didn't want to delay anymore. So that's where I was going. Like they both violated each other. It looks like they both violated the contract, in my opinion, potentially. So yeah, I'm not negating or disputing should Rayleigh on her lived experience if she's not satisfied with what she paid for according to what she ordered. You know what I'm saying? Because before I was just talking about how great the dress was, but I didn't know the difference between what she wanted and what she got. You know what I'm saying? And when you order a commission dress, that is different, right? Versus someone being like, "Well, that's a nice dress."
send me the tracking number? The dress isn't showing up in FedEx. She says she dropped it off, and we tracked it all day on Wednesday the 21st, and it still said, we don't have your package. She claims that she dropped the package off and doesn't have it. Pause to read this, but pretty much she says that it's out of her hands and they have it and they forgot to scan it in. FedEx scans as soon as you...
My mom used to be a FedEx courier. Hold on. Hold on. I need to see something. I need to see something. Hey mom, I'm live streaming right now. I'm on a live stream right now. Anything you say can be heard on my live stream right now because I'm live streaming and you're on speaker. Is that okay?
Sure, I guess so.
Okay, dokie. You know how you used to be a FedEx courier for how many years?
8.
8 years you were a FedEx courier. I have a question about the way FedEx processes packages. When you go bring a package and it's supposed to be sent overnight, what happens when FedEx takes that package?
Um, I mean, it's when the courier gets it, they take it back to the station, and then it's routed either on a, if it's overnight, it's going to go on a plane, even if it's out of the city typically. Sometimes it won't. Depends on the station manager and their particular rules.
If,
But if it's overnight, it goes on a plane so that it can be, there's there's a couple of different routes that FedEx takes depending on the urgency of the package. It's either going to be overnight and then put on a truck that's more straightforward from a hub to the location of that station, or it goes on a 18-wheeler if it's, standard overnight or something like that. It also depends if it's priority overnight, it goes on the plane. If it's standard overnight, they might put it on the truck. There's not just one way to do it. It depends on that time frame and also how many packages are on a truck or plane or
I
whatever.
have a question. So if I were to take a package to FedEx and it was supposed to be sent overnight and I got it to them before the close of the end of business day, before they close, so say they close at 6, I got the package to them by 5 p.m., would there be any way for that package to still be there the next day if I pay for it overnight? Would there be any way it wasn't sent until the next day?
Not unless someone really, made a huge mistake and, left it somewhere it shouldn't have been and it was overlooked or whatever, which, can happen, but no, usually it would go on out unless it got lost in transit. That's another thing that could happen. Or if the address was not correct, that would make it that would delay it coming in.
It was going to another station. So, one more question. Is it possible to create or provide fake tracking numbers? Do you know that?
I think so. I think you can do that. You can definitely fake a tracking number. Not coming directly from, FedEx wouldn't fake it, but I could totally see someone that was scanning someone else to provide a picture of a fake tracking number. That you can Google it and AI it, or it'd be super easy.
Oh shit, thank you, Mom. Okay, so I'm still live streaming, so I'm gonna finish my live stream, but you are featured about 1 hour into my Full Stop Friday live stream. Thank you so much for being my source on how does FedEx process information, because if you watch this is related to a couture designer claiming that she overnight shipped the dress to a client, but the client did not receive the dress on time. And when the client checked for the package, it was showing her that didn't even leave. She's claiming that first she got a fake tracking number, and then she's claiming when she actually got the right tracking number, she was told that it was overnight shipped, but the dress wasn't shipped until the day after she was told it was going to be shipped.
Yeah, it sounds like there was some kind of miscommunication between when something is ordered and when something is shipped. So that's very common in the shipping and handling industry, that fulfilling the order is not the same thing as shipping the order. And sometimes it's a legit mistake, and sometimes people use that to cover up an error on their part.
Oh shit. Okay, thank you, Mom. I love you. I appreciate you.
Love you too. My first live stream.
Yay! All right, I'm gonna hang up on you. I'm sorry I'm calling you just to use you for this, but I appreciate it.
Okay.
Bye. Okay, guys, I had to get an expert. All right, so I can, you know what? I'm like, cause I just wanted to check with somebody who's used to work there. And my mom used to work at Fedex in Meridian, Mississippi for 8 years. And the Fedex in Meridian, Mississippi can back that up. They used to have a picture of my twin and I on the bulletin board. They might still have it there. Is that still there? If anyone from Fedex, Meridian, Mississippi, if y'all still have that, can y'all send me a picture of that bulletin board if it's still there, if anyone from FedEx sees that? All right, sorry. Let's do this fucking bitch. Let's go. Let's see what the fuck she just said. I'm sorry I'm like this. You're welcome.
You drop off your package. So I tracked the other tracking number that she sent me all day Wednesday, and then at 8 p.m. she sends me this. I finally got an update from FedEx with this new tracking number on Wednesday at 10 p.m. at night. Do what you will with this information, but you're not allowed to take your box off of the FedEx truck after it's already been given to FedEx.
So, here's what Sandera sent her. She said, "We are here now, it's scanning in. We are sending a new tracking number via email. The dress weight was more than the original printed label, so it was voided." And then it shows a screenshot of a package of a box with a label on it. And it says updated tracking, and we waited to verify items scanned in and taken to back to be loaded on truck. FedEx tracking. Ooh. My mom just said that if it was overnight delivery, it would have been put on a plane, not a truck. In my opinion, my mom drove a truck. Ooh.
Here is the proof that it was not updated until August 21st, 10:08 when they got my package. You can see here that I didn't get it until August 22nd, Thursday at 10:57 a.m. Mind you, 48 hours before.
I'm still kind of entertained. "Hey, mom, how long did you work there?" She's like, 8 years. They sucked the soul out of me. I'm just kidding. That could have been a great work environment. I actually have no idea. I was really young, so I don't remember much about like whether or not my mom liked it there or not. I just remember seeing her in the uniform. Um, you know what I'm saying? She was working there like probably from when I was like 3 years old until I was about 11 or 12 is when my mom was working at FedEx, you know? So when you're a kid, you don't pay attention to shit, right? Like, I mean, I do remember shit, but I don't remember that. What I remember would be like my mom coming home tired from work, but like we would put um, furniture cleaner, like hardwood cleaner, all over the hardwood floors, so it'd be like super fucking slippery because then we'd run around with socks on our feet and slide all over the place. And so my mom comes in from work one day asking, she comes in, she's like all like upset. I think she's asking us if we remember to take the fucking freezer out of the chicken out of the freezer to thaw. And she's like, comes in ready to bitch at us and just falls straight on her ass. I still remember that in her FedEx uniform. Anyway, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
I have to walk down the aisle. Okay, stay tuned for part 2. I have so many more receipts. Come back.
All right, so I can definitely see why she's not satisfied with the quality of the product. I will say, technically, do I think that Sandera may still legally be able to claim that the dress is stolen? I still think there might be a claim there. Unfortunately, for Raylee, based on the contract signed, for the what the attorneys will may be able to do for her though is argue because of the breach of contract on both parts. Now that the contract is void, state law applies. So then I would really look into what state law is going to be. Let's assume it's Georgia. Um, fucking, I would whatever the state law is going to be is where it's going to default. And according to the attorney, I don't know. According to like what I found online legally, I think it might that stolen part of the dress itself or the purchase itself on that specific case, there's a chance it could still go in Sandera's favor, even if, there are a lot of facts about this situation that don't add up. You know what I'm saying? That does lead me to believe that Rayleigh is telling her truth. Um, But I will say, I still think that also Rayleigh has an entirely separate case potentially against Sandera regarding possibility of things like something in relation to defamation. Um, you know what I'm saying? Because even if it becomes proven true whether or not Rayleigh quote unquote stole the dress, there were so many discrepancies in the information that was put out there to where Rayleigh's going to be able to say, here are all of the lies told because of the evidence. And then Rayleigh's going to be able to say, here is the harm caused to my business. Here is the dollar amount placed on the reviews left on my business, things like that, to where that's gonna bite Sandera in the ass potentially. I think it could. You know what I'm saying? All right. It's being fucky. Let's refresh. This is part 2.
Hey guys, welcome back for a part 2. If you haven't seen the first video, I beg you to go watch it. All the receipts are up, and I will be giving more right now. So picking up where I left off, you can see right here that I got the dress at 10:57 a.m. This is when I got the dress. I took it out of the package very nicely, and I put it on and was instantly crying because of how bad it was. First of all, this belt was not supposed to be a belt. It was supposed to truly ombre down all the way to the bottom and get lighter as it went. This is not how it was supposed to look. Also, there's
I do remember reading that in the description of the contract that we read previously. So I can definitely see how this is not, like, you can kind of argue that maybe it does that here, like a little bit right here between the corset and the dress, but I feel like based on the description, she wanted it to be more like a elongated gradient. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a very minimal gradient right here, in my opinion, if that makes sense. Right? I can definitely see where there are issues with the dress. I still think it does fit her pretty well. I can see why she's unhappy with it, but I don't think, I still think it looks pretty good on her.
There's more tulle in this side of the dress than there is the other side. These points up here are completely off, and I will show more pictures of that and
with like fabric, unbalanced fabric shifts on a dress. I don't know if those are the right words. You know what I'm saying? That type of stuff is to be expected when you buy something off the rack. But when you intentionally buy something custom fit to your body, I do agree that shouldn't be happening.
All of this close up later, but this is when I first got the dress. As you can see, I was absolutely devastated. Devastated. As you can see, the leg slit was supposed to be more open so you could actually see my leg. And right here in this photo, the rhinestones down the center are lined up. And that's where it's supposed to be. Now let me show you the back. This is the back. Do you see how far off to the right side that train is?
I absolutely see what she's saying. You see, yes, here, and then it's like, what is this, 2 or 3 inches to the right? Like, this is not right. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. I definitely understand why the train was such a big deal now when you look at this. I do think it's interesting with the video shown. It's hard to see it in that way, the way they show it. You know what I'm saying? And oh my gosh, yes. So I might have to do like a comparison. But yeah, wow, that's totally different. I could totally see that.
This is when the front is lined up how it's supposed to be. The train is completely off to the right side. Also, do you see the difference in size on the belt that she made? Mind you, I wasn't able to proof any of this because she sent me a blurry video.
I also see what she means. Like on the left side, the belt is much thicker than on the right, and it's uneven. I totally see.
And she didn't send me a video with the corset in it. This was not supposed to be a belt. The entire skirt was actually supposed to be more.
I'm wondering, the content where you have the model wearing this material, why was that ever sent to her, or where did the difference happen? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a big difference, right?
More saturated at the top with jewels, and then all as it goes down completely dissipate to almost no jewels at the bottom. Truly like an ombre, if that's the word. And honestly, go back to the contract and read. We never stated a belt. And please take the time to look at how far off this is compared to where the corset middle is. Please.
Again, I'm not negating, like, in hindsight, whenever I saw the initial photography, videography put out about the dress from the designer, I could see why the way the designer showed it, it didn't look like it had these issues. Now, when she shows these issues, I can totally see why she doesn't like the dress, didn't want the dress, and shit wasn't going well with that deal. I will say, um, you know, going back, I feel like they both wronged each other. They both breached the contract. And so, how it shakes out legally is going to be up to the courts and their attorneys. And I honestly think how this works out could literally be up to how good of an attorney each of them can hire. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to be honest, I'm wondering, it doesn't look, I don't know if, based on the past financial situation that I've seen, which will show coming up, I'm questioning if Kazazi or Case Z will be able to hire an attorney, you know, adequately. I don't know.
I will show you guys a full video from the front all the way to the back so that you can see that this has not been shifted whatsoever. As you can see with this top, both sides are completely different shapes and different heights. Take a minute, zoom in if you need.
She is right. On the right side, it's more curved. The left side is more pointy. If you're talking about on her body, um, and on her body, the right side is higher. The left side seems to be lower. So yeah, these are things that shouldn't be occurring when you're paying this much for a custom dress.
Need to, but they're different. Here's another picture of the back. You can see how far off that train really is. And for the record, I will show another picture of me in the dress before all of these extra jewels were glued on with E6000, but I know how bad I look in this right now. And mind you, this was a custom dress made for my body type, and this is what it looks like.
I can definitely see the issues. Like when a dress is supposed to be made customized for your body, you shouldn't be having the issue where the corset doesn't fit right here and things like that. Yeah.
I agree. I think it looks bad. I think it looks really bad on me. Here's a picture of me in the skirt before any of the crystals were added. You can see how much it snatches my waist, how nice all of this lays compared to now. It looks like it's in the middle, but I was also never given a mirror or set up so that I could even see the back. I was so devastated I couldn't stop crying over how bad the dress was when I got it. I was talking to family, trying to figure out if I needed to go buy a new dress. I was texting my seamstress, asking if she could look at it.
So I do absolutely understand how on this side, like the whole experience for the bride has been ruined. Like I do think that Kazazi or Case Z may have potentially just ruined her entire business on this, because how is a client going to trust you if you're not going to care about their experience, right? And when you look at the BBB reviews and you look at the content creator who spoke out and you look at this situation, even if you can argue what they both breached the contract, there's still an argument with looking at the procedural issues in business and the workflow issues. There is a lot of questions to be raised about if you can trust this to be the deliverable that you need on your special day that's going to improve your day, you know?
I actually did have my seamstress look at it, and she said that there was too much wrong with it, that we weren't able to fix it in 2 days. I was so busy that day trying to figure out all of the wedding stuff, family getting in town. There was so much going on that by the time I finally texted her, this is what I said. You can.
So before also, I didn't realize that there were all of these things wrong with it. Whenever I'm thinking like, well, if it doesn't fit, if it's just a fitting issue, then it shouldn't be, you know what I'm saying? So that also greatly changes like my mind about a lot of the things related to the dress. According to the contract, and because I haven't seen any receipts to show that they paid for the dress in full or that they did send the dress back, though I still do stand on where I can see why Kazazi or Case Z is arguing that it's stolen. Um, However, I will say that they also too have arguments for legal issues, I think, regarding Kazazi or Case Z, but I'm not an attorney to specify specifically what those are. But I mean, if I were Raylee, I'd definitely consult with my attorney, which I know she already has, about what those options are. So the text message she's showing says, I think this is from her to Kazazi or Casze, and it says, if you would like to fly out here tomorrow with your seamstress to fix the skirt, that can work. When the skirt is lined up with the front of the mini dress and large rhinestones like the video you sent of the front, the back pleat is totally off to the right side of the skirt and needs to be moved to center. When the back center pleat is in the middle in the back, the front of the skirt and leg slit is totally showing both legs and almost to the center of my crotch. You know what? That does explain why we didn't see, she didn't walk around the dress. We either saw her the front of the dress or the back of the dress. We didn't see a 360. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that explains how they did with the videography and the photography the way it was done. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's it. Okay. And then she says the leg slit is still showing the underneath fabric a ton, so you didn't pin it back enough. The top of their skirt was supposed to be trickling down, like teardrops or ombre, not a solid bow like it is. The overlay isn't even pinned all the way down to the skirt. It is flapping on the back and not sewn down, but 4 points. You said that the overlay would be flush with the skirt, following each pleat and being sewn to the dress. There is so much more that you missed. There are even safety pins left in the dress. Oh wow, yeah, so it does seem like it was put together without care in this regard. Okay, let's watch the rest.
Pause to read this. There it is. I gave her the option to come out and help me, and she didn't want anything to do with it. Pause to read, but this was August 18th after she told me she still.
So, the other text message that she sent said, I did not receive any calls. I'm very concerned regarding the completion of the dress, which was originally scheduled for August 10th. It is now over a week past the due date, and you missed the second fitting appointment. Given the urgency of the situation, I cannot wait until Wednesday or further delays. It is crucial that this dress is shipped out by tonight. With my wedding date approaching, and considering the substantial investment I have made to ensure this is completed on time, it is imperative that everything is finalized immediately. I was expecting to take the dress home on the 10th, and the delay is causing significant inconvenience. I cannot wait to see if the shipping is delayed or doesn't make it in time. What would you do about the shipping not making it? Honestly, if you want to wait till Wednesday to ship it, I need you to fly it out here in person. Otherwise, I need it finished by tonight and shipped out. Ooh, okay, let's see.
Still wasn't done from the original August 10th and then the 15th, and now she's expecting to ship it out Wednesday. And I asked her, can you bring it out here since you're so close to my wedding day? I was scared my package wasn't even gonna get here, you guys. The only reason I was showing you guys that is because I wanted to show that I asked her to bring the dress out in case there was anything wrong with it so that we could nip it in the bud right away. But here is August 22nd at 7:45 p.m. This is when I texted her asking her to come and fix it now that it's not even 2 days from my wedding. Like, we are there. I gave her the option to come out and fix it in that last message.
Okay, so now this message says, do you realize the hardship that you caused me with sending me a dress that is not what we agreed upon? I felt that my wedding day is ruined. There's no way I can even wear this skirt because it is so bad. If you show up to my wedding or my house and trespass, law enforcement will be called. I expect us to come to a fair resolution. If you'd like to send me a prepaid label for me to ship the skirt back, I can. If you'd like the whole dress back, I need you to reimburse the entire amount of the dress, and again, a prepaid label for all of it to be shipped. I don't know, threatening the police on a black woman after you didn't pay for her dress in full, even if you don't like the dress, even, you know what I'm saying, even if it arrived late and you don't like it, in my opinion, that is dangerous It's weaponizing police brutality, death, and mass incarceration against a black woman. You should never, ever, ever call the police on anyone, but especially a black person, unless they're literally fucking threatening your life and that's the last fucking option because you're in fucking danger, or maybe you got into a car crash and you have to legally, right? Something like that. But for something like this, because you don't want her at your wedding, so you're gonna threaten to call the police on her for something she hasn't even done. You know what I'm saying? Overboard, overboard. That is threatening death on somebody. Do you not give a fuck? You never, hell no. What the fuck? No. No. Bad. Bad. No. What the fuck, bitch? Fuck you. Fuck you, Raylee. Don't fucking do that shit. Threatening the police on a black person? Fuck you, Raylee. Alright, let's keep watching. Because no. This is about life or death now. When you're threatening the police on a black person, you're basically threatening to fucking kill them. Okay? No. Fuck you. No fucking dress is worth that fucking bullshit. Fuck you.
Message, and then this was.
Oh wait, I forgot I was reading this. Hold on, let's see what else she said. My bad. I got mad. Fuck you. Okay, here's what else she said. She said, oh wait, did I read that? Shit, where did I fucking stop reading? Hold on, my bad. I got all pissy. This bitch is threatening the police. What the fuck, bitch? Fuck you. Okay, I stopped at prepaid label. I think. So then let's pick up back prepaid label. Where is that at? Okie dokie. If you'd like the whole dress back, I need you to reimburse the entire amount of the dress and again, a prepaid label for all of it to be shipped. Those are your options. We have already paid over half. So if you want just a skirt back and no money reimbursed, you can pay for the shipping. I don't think you understand the power imbalance when you're weaponizing the police and you're threatening a black woman with death in that regard. And fucking when then after you, even if you don't like the product, okay, even if you don't like the dress, threatening the black woman with death, which is what you're doing when you threaten the police on a black person, you are threatening them with death, in my opinion. Why isn't my captioner working? All right. Yeah, no. And then saying, well, I'm going to keep the money, I'm going to steal it until you give me money. That is kind of holding her work hostage. You know what I'm saying? Legally, you took the thing that you paid for. So there, you know what I'm saying? Legally, that's a breach. You're still, you can't be all like, well, because I'm breaching the contract and I have the power of possession over the thing you want, I'm going to threaten your life with the police, which is what you're doing, even if you don't intend it. That is the impact of calling the police on any black person under mass incarceration, under a police state, regardless of your intent. That is the impact. You never fucking ever put fucking no. What the fuck? Anyway, and then whenever you're telling her what it's gonna be and everything like that, this is very problematic vernacular, in my opinion. It doesn't look like a negotiation. It looks like you are making demands and you just want your demands met. And I get in a regard, you ordered something and what you ordered wasn't up to expectations. However, at no point in time did you ever say, let me get the attorneys involved. Let me take legal action in advance to protect yourself. Instead, you jumped right to weaponizing the police. That is so fucking dangerous. That is not okay. And then she says, I'm going to block you from now until after my wedding. This has caused me so much hardship. I am so disappointed and my heart hurts with how terrible the skirt is. In my opinion, you can't play victim when you're threatening somebody's life with the police. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, in my opinion, it doesn't matter if you are butthurt because your wedding dress isn't what you want it to be. To threaten law enforcement on a black person under the police state is disturbing, and it shows your privilege. So let's keep going.
My response after she blew my phone up. This was the day before my wedding, and I was supposed to be focusing on getting married, not a dress that was terrible. This is the rest of that message. Pause.
I don't know. Honestly, it's kind of like if you order a cake from a bakery or whatever, and you pay for the deposit on the cake, but you don't finish paying for the cake. And then you take the cake, you eat part of the cake, you decide you don't like the cake, so you're not going to pay for the rest of the cake. And then you're surprised if you get accused of stealing the cake. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, whether or not you liked what you stole doesn't change if you stole it. And using the fact that you didn't like what you stole, so you're going to weaponize the police over somebody, in my opinion, is harmful. Now, is there room to say that yes, this is a problematic business that you still potentially could have stolen from? In my opinion. And now, these are all my opinion. This is all allegations based on what I know. None of what I'm saying is fact. It's just my understanding from the information I have available to me. I do have links to all sources in the description of this video and all of my videos. So under these regard, and you know what? I didn't put any information in there on mass incarceration, but I will link to some research I've done on mass incarceration after. So, and in regards to police brutality, I'm not the person to speak on that, but please fucking educate yourself. So, yeah, fucking, and then she said, if you do not choose one of the above options now, then we would be happy to deal with this on Monday, but you're ruining my wedding day and I can no longer communicate after this text till Monday. I have to refocus. In my opinion, you can't just decide you're going to wait until a certain day to decide whether or not you're going to return the item you didn't pay for. Like, because she showed up to Colorado and she was trying to communicate and you blocked her and you didn't communicate back, in my opinion, if she had communicated, if she didn't block her, she hadn't communicated, given the dress back, we wouldn't be here now. So in my opinion, Raylee's acting like she did nothing in regards to the stolen aspect of the dress, but this kind of does show, and the source is linked in the description of the video, and it's the first thing I pulled up in this live stream, where it goes back to where the intent isn't going to negate the impact, the harm of your actions in this regard, and the prosecution may still feel that legally you could have still stolen the dress if it wasn't paid for in full and you refuse to return it. Then yeah, even if you decide you're going to return it later, it could still be technically legally stolen until it is returned if it's not paid in full. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean whenever I say that she stole the dress. I'm not saying for certainty if it's stolen. I'm just saying that's why I believe it is. You know what I'm saying? Okay, now let's keep going.
Pause to read. I didn't ever actually block her because I sat my phone down and enjoyed my rehearsal day and my wedding day. But she full on tried to ruin my wedding, even though that dress was absolutely horrible when it got to me. She posted her first video about me on TikTok Friday night, the night before my...
To be honest though, if Sandera got this message and then went off though, this is some triggering, traumatizing shit. So I can kind of see how Sandera doing that might be a trauma response, potentially. You know what I'm saying? When you have a white woman weaponizing the police against you, what do? You know what I'm saying? So, and then when you have the white woman tears, is that what's happening? I'm just asking.
For my wedding, there's a reason I had to shut down all my social media. I was getting married. I told her that I would deal with this on Monday, and I also told her that the dress wasn't wearable. So she knew that I wasn't going to wear it, and she knew that I was going to talk to her again on Monday to get this dress back to her. After she posted all of those videos slandering me on social media, I knew that it was time to figure this out and let you guys know the truth. Between Saturday when I got married and Monday, I was getting threats on my phone between phone calls and messages.
Well, I mean, honestly, though, I feel like if she hadn't threatened the police on the designer, it probably wouldn't have gotten to this. If she had returned the dress and not threatened the police on the designer, then maybe the designer wouldn't have, gone online telling everybody about the situation. That's why I now think that it escalated the way it occurred. You know what I'm saying? There's just too many past substantial historical factors behind issues with this to where now this is involving trauma. It's not about just your wedding day. It's about you touched on somebody's personal trauma. You know what I'm saying? I'm just putting that out there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's discrimination. That's, you know what I'm saying? In my opinion. Um, but yeah, fucking, my captioner is being fucking weird. Let me refresh this damn thing. Hold up. So yeah, I still believe that there's definitely, so now I'm thinking there's definitely issues with Kazazi's business, or Casze or Kazazi. I don't know how to say her name. There's definitely issues with the business. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying whether or not, you know, Raylee was satisfied with the end result. What I am saying is based on the information available to me, could it legally technically be stolen? Perhaps. Was Raylee's response, you know, conducive in my opinion to someone trying to return the dress in a timely manner? No. Even if she didn't get the dress in a timely manner, yeah, I just feel like both parties wronged each other in this situation. But at the same time, no, I have not seen any receipts in which Kazazi or Casze did anything to threaten Raylee's life herself. Because even if, Kazazi did get the internet all upset, Kazazi never once did anything publicly, to my knowledge, that would be instigating that. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't trying to tell anybody to ever go threaten you, nothing like that. So that's not something she can control. Even though it sucks that those people are assholes and that happened to you, in my opinion, Kazazi telling her story about how a dress was stolen from her, if that's what occurred, what comes from after that, she can't control, right? However, from the evidence shown here, there are definitely facts that were shown where Raylee can show X, Y, and Z is a fact. And so there are things that are like, okay, well now I think Kazazi or Case Z, Sindera, I'm so sorry, definitely potentially lied about specific things. However, based on the evidence from Raylee, I still think that Kazazi may have a case on the stealing argument based on the contract that Raylee signed. My opinion. But that's up for attorneys to work out.
My phone was blowing up through social media. My business, the salon that I work at, and even salons that I don't work at any longer were getting terrible reviews from people that hadn't even heard any side of my story. Even some of my friends' businesses were being harassed because of all of this. You don't have to like the decision that I made to wait until Monday to deal with any of this, but I had to based off of the fact that
I'm more upset you fucking threatened the damn police, bitch. What the fuck? Are you that malicious or that ignorant? That's what I want to know. Was that out of malice or complete fucking ignorance? Because what the fuck, bitch?
that I was getting married. I wanted to enjoy being a newlywed without any of this extra drama. I never said that I wasn't going to ship the dress back, and I also never said that I wouldn't pay. I told her that we would chat on Monday so that I could get the dress back to her, and I also told her that I was not able to wear.
But you hadn't paid yet and you hadn't shipped yet, even though she had tried to get it from you. So in my opinion, based on what Raylee Rukavina is showing, she did not, because I previously discussed in my live streams what I would need to see in order to not think the dress is stolen, and I have not seen that. I have not seen Raylee shown that she actually did ship the dress back and gave the dress back, and I have not seen Raylee shown that she paid for the dress in full. In fact, she's proved that she did the opposite. So because of that, I still think that even if I, think that Caze is problematic with the way she does business, I still think Caze has a case for theft in this case. And I still think that even if I don't like Raylee because I perceive her as a conservative who weaponizes police brutality against Black people, I still think that she may have a case for defamation. However, I don't think it would be ethical for her to pursue it because I think there's a big difference between a white woman suing a Black woman for defamation after triggering a Black woman on police brutality, threatening the police on them, with the power dynamics at play, versus Sindera discussing how she believes Raylee stole from her if that occurred. Even if we can say, well, Sindera lied about this, or this, the fact that the dress was only partially paid for and never returned is still a fact that you corroborate, right? So those are the conflicting things for me, right? So now I'm like, back to that song where it's like, fuck it, guess we both ain't shit. I feel that way about both of them, you know what I mean, in a way. But I don't think that someone fucking your wedding dress over is the same level, or even calling you out for if you stole the wedding dress you thought was fucked up, is the same type of harm that can be caused from weaponizing the police against them. And there are things that are coming out about Caze and Caze to where her own that karma is taking care of itself, in my opinion. Um, in my opinion, like, this white woman is going to easily be able to fix the harm caused to her business because, all of the outlets are about to come out with apologies. The internet's ready to apologize. Everybody's ready to, we're like, oh no, the white woman tears are here. So everybody's ready to appease her, right? So that I do perceive, like, like there's like a big difference, in my opinion, on what the harm is. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, are you upset she drug your name through the mud? Sure. However, um, the only reason you have a defamation case would be because of the parts of where you can prove that that there was a lie because she said one thing but another thing actually happened. For example, the difference between the dress being 10 or 6,000, right? But on another level, based on what occurred, I still believe she has that argument on theft. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still not over weaponizing the police. Like, holy fuck. Okay, let's watch the rest of this. Hold on.
To wear the dress. But instead of her talking to me on Monday and not ruining my wedding, she instead went to social media and posted all of this stuff that obviously I have receipts for. I would still like to work this out civilly and offline. I know that a lot of you still might not agree with me, which is totally fine. I just wanted to get my side out here and the truth of it all. But Sin, if you are watching this, like I said last Friday, if you would like to reimburse us the full amount, I don't mind shipping the dress back and paying for the shipping label at this point. But if you don't want to reimburse any of the money, I can still ship you the skirt back.
In my opinion, it does sound like she stole it and she's just going to do whatever she wants. You know what I'm saying? Because, and I'm just saying based on the definition of steal and thief that we discussed before, and based on what we discussed with the intent, if it matters whether or not you plan on returning it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to look up real quick. Okie dokie. Google search, is it safe to call the police on black person? Yeah, it's not. It's dangerous. Threatening or weaponizing the police on a black person in any way is a threat against their life. So that's why I am like, you know what, Raylee? I made this live stream to come to bat for you, but you had to do that, didn't you? Fuck you, bitch. You know what the fuck I mean? That's kind of where I'm like, ah, fuck you, you fucking bitch. Right? Anyway, fucking bitch, fuck you. But, fuck you. So, let's see what this lady has to say. Um, ah! No! I hate when that happens. Okie dokie. Fucking, so, from the real Jinsu, we had watched her video on her story on this previously. Actually, wait a minute. Did I cover that in my other live stream or this live stream? Hold on. Yes. Okay. So, in my other live stream, we covered this case where she shared her side of the story. She had a birthday dress. It was a very similar situation to Raylee, with the difference being she paid for it in full. She paid for it in full, and she only got like half of her money back from the designer at the end of the day. And it was like real fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So, on a certain level, I think it's kind of funny that Rayleigh is doing this to Kazazi because of what Kazazi or Case Z or however that's said, what they did to this lady here. But at the end of the day, I don't think that I don't think it's worth threatening a black woman's life over. And for Raylee Rukavina to have ever threatened the police just really fucking pisses me off. Like, there's no excuse for that in this situation. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Threatening to kill somebody because of your fucking dress is fucking ridiculous. And when you're gonna be like, oh, I was threatening to call the police, not to kill them. You threatened to call the police on a black person. That's the same fucking thing, in my opinion. Okay, so let's watch this video. My bad. I'm still fucking pissed off about that. Like, that would have triggered the shit out of me. You know what I'm like? Oh my god. I can see why Kazazi or KC made videos about her after getting that fucking message. What the fuck? Okay, let's keep. And then she wants to act like she's the victim. Bitch, you stole the fucking dress and then you tried to threaten the police on her. And you never paid her. And even if you're unhappy with the dress, even if it's a shitty dress, that's just hilarious to me. I felt bad. I was feeling really bad for her that her wedding was ruined, because I was like, even conservatives deserve to have one good day. But no, 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 I don't give a fuck. Fuck you, bitch. You deserve to have a shitty wedding. Fuck you. You threatening to fucking kill. You think it's funny to call the police? You think it's okay to call the police on a black person? You deserve to have a shitty wedding, in my opinion. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Okay, sorry. We're here now. Oh, damn it, it's not playing. Okay, so I'm gonna try refreshing. Last live stream that I played her videos on, her voice was really low, so I'm expecting that again.
Hi, it's just me again, and I'm just here to give y'all a little update. My hair looks crazy, but listen, for the sake of y'all feelings, please stay out of my TikTok DMs, because I'm getting a lot of like, oh, how dare you go against the black woman and all of that from the peoples. And I'm not into that, because I will hurt somebody's feelings, because it's not about that, and it never was about that for me. And I feel like this is just like becoming a little out of control, at least in regards to like y'all trying to come at me. Baby, I ain't got nothing to do with this. I just gave my input because I also had an experience. But my experience, I'm not here to like, I ain't a judge. I'm not a judge, and I ain't God. So that has nothing to do.
And her experience, I really do believe she may have potentially been scammed in this situation. You know what I'm saying? So if you didn't see that, I covered that. And I think I covered it in the oh shit, I forgot which video, but I'll go look up which one at the end of this live stream. But I covered that in one of my previous videos her 3-part series. Yeah.
To do with me. I just know that I was scammed. Do you understand that? I know that I was scammed. So I'm not here to like tell y'all what to do. I'm not here to like sway anyone's mind. I can just tell my part and then that's it. And I ain't telling my part no more because y'all trying to eat me up in these DMs, not knowing that I will hurt y'all feelings and start posting y'all pages up on here. Maybe the correct word, maybe it's like triggering you guys like how it's triggering me. Maybe the correct word with me isn't that I got scammed, but let's just say that I didn't receive my money back and I don't have a dress. So I'm just without my funds. And like I said, I took that L, but you're not going to try to make me feel bad about coming up here and telling my side of the story just because my side don't align with what y'all want, y'all whatever y'all like trying to like put together, because it ain't never gonna make me change my story because my stories don't got no lies in it, so it's no need for me to change my stories.
And I absolutely support her right to share her side, and I absolutely value the way she handled every step of this. All right, and then here we've got another content creator referencing the glue comment, so we can see here. It says the crazy thing about this whole Raylee wedding dress situation is this supposedly customized $6,000 dress is held together by E600 glue. Like what? Yeah. And then we've got another video here. It's about a minute and a half. It came out about it regarding it was all a lie. And so, yeah, so we can check out and see how her commentary has changed in regards to a shift in public perception with the evidence that has come out.
Miss Mama, the wedding dress designer, said that it was a rush order in her TikTok about the story time with Miss Raylee, the Colorado bride, who she said stole the wedding dress. It was a rush order and she had to get it to her very quickly, quick turnaround time. Miss Raylee came and posted their contract. Miss Raylee ordered that dress back in January.
I actually think the contract said it was February, not January, but her point still stands.
Of 2024. She had from January to August 10th to make that dress. Wasn't nothing rush order about that dress at all. On top of that,
I do agree. Let's take notes here. So that's inconsistency 1. Ordered January or February, not August. So no rush order. Write this down.
she said the dress was $10,000. Miss Rayleigh's contract.
Yep, that's right too. Okay, 2. 10,000 versus 6,000. This discrepancy 2. Yep.
Shows that dress was $6,000 and some change. And you know what? This is why you just can't go believing everybody on the internet. I went in Miss Rayleigh's comments and apologized because I did believe the dress designer. And you know what? This is my lesson.
All right, so I'm going to say, Raylee, I apologize that certain misinformation I believe was spread about you and that I may have perpetuated that in my coverage of the situation. I will not apologize for accusing her of theft because I've already discussed why I thought she may have stolen it. Unless it comes out legally that she did not steal it, then I will apologize for that. But at this point in time, I just want to say, like, this is why I thought that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to apologize for beliefs that I have because I'm not denying that I have these beliefs, right? So that's what I mean, not to be disrespectful. It's just to be truthful. And 3, yeah, I'm still pissed off at you, Raylee, about threatening the police. What the shit? Hell no. Fuck.
I got to be more careful. Miss Dress Designer, ma'am, you owe that lady an apology. Go ahead and refund her money, get your dress back, call it even, because the internet been giving that girl hell her whole wedding weekend, and she was in the right the whole time. That is just, I feel so bad. I am sorry, Miss Raylee. Congratulations on your nuptials. I hope you get your money back.
Thanks, Mom. Yep, I've been fucking muted for the. God damn it. How long have I been fucking muted for? This sucks ass, man. Shit. I hate when I've been muted. I'm assuming. Okay, hold up. Hold up. God damn it. I am assuming that I've been muted since I last unmuted from that video. And so I'm going to go up and read part of that and then come back to the Daily Mail. This sucks ass for me. I fucking hate it when I do that shit. God damn it. Fuck. Um. So I had said, so yeah, if you know I'm going to let people of the community impacted by these issues speak for themselves. So, she saw the same evidence that I saw. So she did say how she felt based on that. So that didn't impact her decision on whether or not, based on it. So I can see why, because of the discrepancies, why after all of this came out, people are thinking, well, perhaps the whole thing is a lie. I will say the reason I'm still standing on why I think the dress may be stolen is because really her stuff admits she never returned the dress or paid for it in full. And so technically I think it could still be. However, I do also think that she really did not receive the product that she wanted yet. So no, I also think that really she got bad customer service for sure. Do I also think that really, a lot of things went wrong for on the business side for not only Raylee's case, but in general. However, that will never, ever, ever justify threatening the police on a black person to me ever. Never. So I'm going to reiterate that, but I'm going to let people speak for themselves on the communities that are impacted. So I'm going to try not to harp on that any longer. But yeah, so I was sent this morning, I received some text messages and I received a phone call and I made a phone call. But I've been in touch with some people today that I can corroborate who they are. I can confirm who they are. I will not show that evidence on the live stream as they wish to remain anonymous. I was given permission to share this specific snippet of a screenshot from a message I received from people from an anonymous source. And I'm going to pull that back up. Now I'm pulling back up my anonymous source that I had closed out to show you guys what I was previously reading. It's taking forever to load this time, and I'd previously gotten it all pulled up. Okay, here we go. You can pause to read if needed. This is the screenshot that I had previously read. But it says, the way she treated the bridal client, Raylee Rukavina, is absolutely her normal business practice. She frequently rushes her projects and ships dresses days prior to an event last minute. Miss White talks bad about the clients behind their back when they make multiple calls about their late project, saying they are impatient. She ignores client calls and texts all the time. Her customer service line is just her using a different phone number with Text Now app. She sends fake shipping information to trick employees and clients that she is shipping something when she is not. Sandera White is a liar. Don't believe anything she says. So yeah. And then from there, I was going to cover this article from Daily Mail. And dailymail.com from the UK discusses the Colorado bride shares her side of epic viral spat with designer over $10,000 dress. And it says a Colorado, and this comes from Ishita Srivastava. I don't think I can say this name right. And it says a Colorado-based influencer bride has hit back against claims of her stealing her wedding dress after an atelier owner alleged she did not pay for the $10,000 outfit. I think it says alleged she did pay, but I think it's supposed to be she did not pay. Continuing, hairstylist Raylee Rukavina was accused by Sandera Kazanthia, the owner of Casze Atelier, Atelier, of not paying the remaining costs of and blocking all communication between them days before the influencer's wedding. In a series of TikToks, Kazanthia claimed she had shipped the rush order-made dress to the hairstylist a few days before the wedding and sent her final invoice on email as well as on text messages, but never heard back. The designer had also launched a GoFundMe to raise $12,500 to recover the damages, including salaries, legal and overhead costs, which has since been deleted. After receiving a slew of hate messages, Rukavina took to the video sharing app last night to reveal what she said took place in the past few months. The newly married influencer told viewers that she had signed a contract with Kazanthia back in February that stated the custom design for the dress would cost $6,290 and was meant to be delivered by August 10th. Rukavina also shared a confirmation receipt that showed she had already paid $3,774 for the dress months before it was delivered to her. The bride alleged in her two-part series that Kazanthia canceled her second fitting while she was in Miami to try on the dress and was extremely difficult to contact once the payment had been made. She also revealed that the brand was meant to hold a Zoom call on June 16 about the dress with her, Kazanthia, and a customer service representative. And I covered this document earlier. I love how they redacted the information, but Raylee didn't on her own page. And then it shows the receipt that Raylee was showing, and then it says, but Rukavina said Kazanthia did not join the call, and despite multiple requests, the bride did not receive any pictures of the outfit till early August. Furthermore, Rukavina claimed that she finally received a video of her wedding dress 4 days before it was meant to be completed and delivered to her. But the bride-to-be said the video left her in absolute shock, as it showed a dress that had been made in absolute contrast to what she had initially requested for her in the contract. The frustrated influencer also revealed that when she went to the designer's boutique in Miami nearly 2 weeks before the wedding, over half of the dress was still in production. Much to the bridal industry's shock, Rukavina said that when she tried on the custom dress on August 10th, it had to be severely cinched in with pins, and the designer has used E600 glue to simply stick the beading on the gown rather than sew it in. Wow. The influencer also shared numerous screenshots of texts between her and the designer complaining about the quality of the dress. In another video, Rukavina explained to her viewers how Kazanthia had allegedly sent her a fake tracking number and blamed Fedex for delaying the package. In the end, the bride received the dress 48 hours before she was meant to walk down the aisle. But what was meant to be a magical moment left her teary-eyed after Rukavina said she realized that it was ill-fitting and numerous details were wrongly made, particularly the train. In the end, the hairstylist requested the designer to take back her dress. Since Rukavina released the video, followers have shown support, and Kazanthia's past customers have revealed the issues they say they have faced too. So sorry this happened to you. She also did the same thing to me in July for the second dress for my wedding, one ex-customer said, while another added, and not to mention, Casze is known to send things way too late, shouldn't be the client's responsibility to deal with this. Look up the Caze or Kazazi, I don't know how the fuck to say it. I was saying Kazazi brand of the Better Business Bureau. Same complaints. She dressmaker is a scammer. A user also said. I don't know. That's not a recommendation, is it? Multiple viewers also apologized to Rukavina and offered advice to her. Oh my god, I have to apologize because I really believed everything that designer said and saw you as a villain. I am so sorry, a user said, while another added, I am so sorry this happened to you. Ugh, I literally believed her and her receipts. I hope you were able to enjoy your wedding and honeymoon. Your last minute dress still looked stunning. One user also praised Rukavina and wrote, Girl, what? I am so sorry. I totally believed her when I saw that video. You handled this with such class. I really hope you get a resolution that you're happy with. And then sportskita.com also posted about her. Who is Raylee Rukavina? All we know about the TikToker's wedding dress controversy by Janelle Treza Albuquerque. Raylee Rukavina is a TikTok influencer and entrepreneur from Colorado. Her wedding dress designer, Sidera Kazanthia, publicly came out on August 24, 2024, and accused her of stealing a couture wedding gown. According to her, Rukavina has refused to pay for the remaining balance. She also said that the influencer has since blocked her. She took to TikTok to voice her accusations just days before the big day, and the video has since spread like wildfire. In the video, she described Raylee Rukavina's behavior as unsavory. In the video, she shared a clip of the model wearing a dress from her couture line, Kazazi Atelier. Is it Casze or Kazazi? I don't know. She followed it up with a clip of the influencer in all smiles as she tried on the wedding dress during a fitting. She wrote, Raylee has our dress and won't pay us the balance. It's a bridal gown, and at this point, she will not return or pay her balance, so the dress is stolen. If anyone has information about this Colorado bride, please let us know. Sandera Kazanthia accuses Raylee Rukavina of ghosting her. Kazanthia then put out another video to clear up all the confusion. She explained that the dress was hurriedly made and subsequently sent out to her hairstylist just before the wedding. The final invoice was emailed and sent via SMS, but Raylee Rukavina never got back to her. She claimed that both Rukavina and her husband, David Wells, have since blocked her. The Daily Mail reported on August 29, 2024, that the designer launched a GoFundMe page to help her situation. She claimed that she needed to fight back for the possession of the custom gown and or payment for the final remaining balance due, and tried to raise $12,500. The cost was supposed to cover salaries and other legal costs she incurred. However, the page has since been deleted. In contrast, Raylee Rukavina's sister, Mackenzie Tyner, tells a different tale. In a statement that came out on August 28, 2024, the Stratify reported that the sister wanted to set the record straight. She said, Raylee put 60% down for payment. Her final dress fitting was canceled 2 days before their agreed appointment. The designer also failed to show up for the agreed Zoom meeting after canceling the final fitting. Mackenzie also claims that Kazanthia defrauded her sister by lying about shipping the dress and providing a fake tracking number. However, Distractify further reported that the fake number was simply a technical issue and the dress was indeed delivered, albeit just 2 days before the wedding, in the wrong size. Mackenzie claims the dress was at least 2 sizes too small when it finally did come, she said. The bride and her mother tried to communicate with the designer, but there was no willingness whatsoever on her part. They requested a return label to ship the dress back to the designer. Understandably upset, the bride and her mother decided to table the entire issue until Monday to frantically find the dress that would work for Raylee to walk down the aisle. According to Distractify, though, it looks like Raylee Rukavina and her family were the unflexible ones. They waited it out until it was too late to let the label know the dress didn't fit. And when the brand reached out to remedy the situation, they were reportedly ignored. Raylee Rukavina's husband, David Wells, issued a statement in defense of his wife, saying they did not steal the dress. The designer's claims are supposedly making life difficult for the newlyweds and that they eventually didn't even end up using the dress. They are in the works of getting an attorney to end this nonsense. The influencer has since deactivated all her socials and has yet to comment on the situation herself. So obviously this was written before Raylee reactivated and put out those videos. It was published today though. So now we arrive to my coverage from last night. So what we're going to be doing today, and let me just double check real quick that there's nothing that I can show that will, I'm just making sure that I redacted the correct information before I show anything by accident. I think I'm good to go. I needed to redact something that I put out there. And so I did my best to do that. And so right now what we're about to do is restream the work that I put out there last night. I think for clarity's sake, I'm going to leave it at regular speed. I was debating whether or not to speed it up. You know what? Maybe I will speed it up to 1.5 speed. I'm going to try speeding it on 1.5. I'm not going to go do double, but I am going to do 1.5 speed on this. And what we're going to do is watch the introduction on this case. And I'm going to skip discussing one of the legal cases. So what you need to know is I found 3 legal cases regarding Sandera at the time of this. Only 2 are related to her business. So we are just going, well, the other one is debatable whether or not it's related to her business. However, at this point, the person involved would like to remain and be anonymous. So we're not going to discuss that. So that is why I'm redoing the live stream, which is the only extent to the reason why I want to mention it though. But yeah, so I want to focus on the other 2 the other 2 cases, right? So I'm going to show you my last night's content. This was streamed late at night when I was reaching the end of my mental capacity to function, right? And so one of the things that I said whenever I was speaking is I kept saying Exhibit S or whatever because I was tired as hell. But I do realize that they meant exhibits with the option of plural or singular. I do understand that because I kept saying Exhibit S because it's written as exhibit and then S is in parentheses. And I kept saying Exhibit S because I just wasn't processing what I was reading as I read it, right? But I do recognize that they meant exhibits, plural. I understand that. That was just a processing issue for me in the moment. So yeah. So we're going to go over 2 different cases. One's with PDM Capital, the other one's with Syndicate Group USA Inc. against Caze or Case Z. We're going to then look at some other public records available to us regarding Sandera's business. And then we'll look at some other news coverage I found regarding the concept of if the dress was stolen. So that's what we're going to check out. So all we're going to do is skip over this intro right here. All right, so here we go. Or we're going to skip over, we're going to watch the intro because I want you to understand the context for the rest of this video. And we're going to skip over the part that I need to redact. If I think I remember correctly that I did not say anything in this introduction that would be or conclusion that should impact the redaction. If I fuck that up, then this entire live stream is gonna go down. I'm gonna redo the whole fucking thing, and this is why. But I think it should go according to plan, and I don't think I'll fuck up the redaction of what needs to be redacted. So here we go. My bad. Okay, last thing, I'm sorry. I went to go turn on captions. For some reason, it's unavailable. I swear to God, they used to be available, so I don't know why the additional captions are not here. But I am hoping that, all the captioners are working for you on your end for what you need. So yeah, okay, here we go for real. Hi, how are you today? So, yeah, I was looking for more research, trying to find some legal cases regarding the business aspect. I did find three against Cynthia White. One I just realized is personal, but the other two I believe are business related. But I just figured I could show you the sources on that. We could look that over real quick. And then I explored what I could on the business administration side, so we can just take a quick look at some links I have available to me on that. Then I found a few new TikTok videos about the situation I thought we could react to, as well as finishing off with four articles that I had not seen yet. Um, and I'm also remembering now that one of the things that I wanted to do for myself was in my last live stream, I forgot to show on the screen one of the articles that I read. And okay, so that was bothering me that I forgot to show that article. So I might just take a quick look at that um, one more time while we are here as well, just to put that on the screen because I forgot to put it on the screen as I read it in the last live stream. So yeah, fucking in the last live stream, I did a recap of my material, of my coverage on this situation so far, and in the situation before that, I did as quick of a recap as I could on the situation so far. Um, if you're looking for the quick and dirty on the situation, in the last live stream is all about reasons to question what Case Z may have initially put out there, according to new information that came to light regarding other client experiences. And I discussed my opinion on that in that live stream. And so this live stream is all about just kind of like taking that a bit further, like reasons to question everything that we know, looking into, at the time I couldn't find some more sources or reviews regarding the situation, but then I figured maybe I'm not using the right keywords. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to start looking up legal cases regarding the situation. And so yeah, we're here now. So I'm going to roll my intro and then we're going to get started with the damn thing. So let's fucking do it. Thanks for being here. Hi, my name is Lexi, aka Deaf Child. I'm born deaf, hard of hearing. My team was one of the top teams between 2020 and 2024 in New Orleans and Louisiana. I began doing business as Deaf Child in 2013, marketing 2011, and sales 2009. I've earned 50 plus certifications in marketing and sales, and I have my Bachelor of Science from Loyola University, New Orleans, with a music industry studies major and a business administration minor. Visit my site at noladeafchild.com. Here, we have PDM Capital LLC versus Case Z Brand LLC and others. And this is provided by unicorp.com, also linked in the description of the video. On March 10, 2023, PDM Capital LLC filed a other contract lawsuit against Case Z Brand LLC. This case was filed in New York County Court, Supreme Court, civil term located in New York, New York. The judge overseeing this is Lala E. Frank. And this case status is dismissed. Okay, this is the one that's dismissed. The filing date was March 10th, 2023. I think I just said that. And so, yeah, and it lists as the plaintiff, PDM Capital LLC. As the defendants, it lists Case Z Brand LLC, as well as Sindara C. White. And yeah, I think I need to buy the documents, and I'm not doing that. But in regards to the documents, what we know is there's a summons and a complaint, and there's a settlement agreement. There's an affirmation affidavit of service, judgment clerk default, affirmation of default, merchant agreement redacted. Hey Mo, how you doing? I appreciate you. I found these legal cases. I was in your live stream and I was looking this shit up, and I was like, yeah, I gotta go live about this fucking shit, man. It was blowing my mind. They put some motions out on the table. And then there ended up being a final decision and order, but the decision and order is labeled on Exhibit S. And the thing about Exhibit S is that's what is labeled for the settlement agreement. So I wonder if this was dismissed because there was a settlement about it. So that's what I'm curious as to wondering, but I don't know for sure. This is just my assumption based on what I'm seeing here. Now in Trellis, with PDM, this is the same case right here. In the different platform here regarding breach of contract, it will let us look at some of these documents here. So Exhibit S, it's letting me see a preview at least. Let's see if I can zoom in. So it shows upon the foregoing documents, plaintiff's motion for default judgment is granted without opposition. Oh shit! So it's dismissed due to settlement. Plaintiff commenced this action against the corporate defendant and its guarantor, seeking to recover the remaining balance due pursuant to a settlement agreement dated September 7, 2022. Okay. Plaintiff now moves pursuant to, it's citing some legal shit, seeking a default judgment against defendants Casze Brand, LLC, DBA Casze Brand, and Sandara CY for failure to answer and or appear in this action. In support of the motion, plaintiff provides proof of service of the summons and verified complaint, settlement agreement, and affirmation of default. There is no opposition filed as to this motion. Ooh, well, let me read. Oh, okay, well, so plaintiff has demonstrated that on March 15, 2023 and March 20, 2023, the summons and verified complaint were served upon Sandara CY and Casze Brand LLC, DBA Casze Brand respectively. Plaintiff mailed defendants additional copies shortly thereafter. Additionally, plaintiff has demonstrated that notice of motion for default judgment was mailed to defendants on July 21st, 2023. To date, defendants have failed to answer or appear in a timely manner or obtain an order from the court extending its time to do so. Accordingly, it is hereby ordered that default judgment be entered in favor of plaintiff as against defendants Casze Brand LLC, DBA, Casze Brand, and Sandara C. White. It is further ordered that with regard to the assessment of damages, the court finds that the total amount proved on plaintiff's papers is $16,671.50, together with interest from December 7, 2022. It is further ordered that defendants pay plaintiff's attorney's fees in the amount of $4,167.88 as stipulated in the settlement agreement. It is further ordered that defendants pay plaintiff's court fees, costs, and disbursement, of which shall be determined by the clerk of court, and it is further ordered that the clerk of court is directed to enter judgment accordingly. Oh shit! Oh shit! So my understanding of this fucking shit is she owes them a lot of fucking money. Is that like what, 4,000? This is like over $20,000. This is like $20,700. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, let's see. I don't want to read all of these documents because I don't know the law like that. Like, what information am I really going to be able to tell you? But is there any more details in here that I wish I might have to go through and do like a deeper reading on these documents outside of this live stream? And then if I find anything fucking juicy, I'll do a live stream about it. But if, let's see here. Is there anything else I feel like we should read? I think I'll read this affirmation. I wonder what that summons complaint is. I'll probably read the affirmations and the summons complaint. Okay, this is SA. What is SB? We should check out SB. Okay, I'm going to check out all of the exhibits S real quick because that is what was cited, in my opinion, as the reason for dismissal, according to what I saw right here. Okay, exhibit SA. All right, no, we just need to see exhibit SA. Is your settlement agreement. Okay, you know what? That's probably the main document. But let's just take a quick look and just see. If it's like the same shit, then I'll just, keep going. What is the summons complaint? Okay, the summons complaint is just saying you gotta go to court, bitch. Alright? You're not a bitch, but you know what the fuck I mean. I hope you know what I mean. My bad. Okay. Fucking, there's some boring ass shit. What the fuck is this? Okay. God damn it. Open you, motherfucker. Oh shit, I don't want to say it right anymore. Fuck. Okay, I don't want to say it right anymore. Fuck. Okay, this is just more summon shit. All right, I'm going to read the rest of this fucking shit, and if there's anything juicy that I find in here, I'll cover it in a different live stream. So, moving on. There is also a different lawsuit from May 6, 2022 regarding Syndicate Group USA, Inc. versus Casze Brand, LLC. So Syndicate Group USA, Inc. filed a other contract lawsuit against Casze Brand, LLC. This case was filed in Kings County Supreme Court Civil Team, located in Kings, New York. The case status is pending. So, it's still pending. Interesting. All right, maybe I'll be able to do an update on this eventually. We'll see. So what we know so far, there's summons, there's a complaint. Fucking, oh, maybe I should read the complaint because the complaint has the complaint. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, guys. We're going back. I'm gonna go look at the complaint. Hold up. Is that where the shit is? Because the complaint is complaining, right? That's the, okay, but the summons is just the summons. Where's the, do y'all have a complaint? All right, I don't see a complaint. This is what I already read. All right, I'm sorry. I'm back on this other case. I'm back onto PDM Capital LLC from March 10, 2023. So completely different year, completely different case. So fucking back to the first case we were talking about. My bad. The motion for default judgment was filed by plaintiff on July 21st, 2023, was heard before the Honorable Lau E. Frank on August 9, 2023. The order dated August 9, 2023 granted the motion for default judgment against the defendants jointly and severally in the amount of $16,671.50, together with attorney's fees in the amount of $4,167.88, plus costs and disbursements in the amount of $455, together with interest at 9% per annum. Shit, I don't know how to say that goddamn word. Per year, I think, from April 28, 2023. Now, on motion of Lau E. Frank, it is adjudged that plaintiff PDM Capital LLC, having an address at 2433 Knapp Street, Suite 203, Brooklyn, New York, 11, what the fuck, is that a 4 or a 1? God damn, my shit is hard. 11235, does recover Casze Brand LLC, DBA Casze Brand having an address at 2996 Granby Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309, and Sindara C. White, having an address at 2996 Granby Avenue, I can't even. Atlanta, Georgia, 30309. The is that Northeast? The amount of $16,671.50, together with interest at 9% per year from December 7th, 2023, in the amount of $1,348.38, together with attorney's fees in the amount of $4,167.88, plus $455 in costs and disbursements as taxed by the clerk, amounting in all to the sum of $22,642.72, and the plaintiff have execution. Therefore, okay. So that is just the payment agreement, I'm assuming. They have a bunch of copies of all this fucking shit. And I'm assuming the redlining is just, All right. I'm sorry. Now back to 2022 Syndicate Group USA Inc. versus Casze Brand LLC. My bad for that jump. So, from here, that's where I was thinking, the complaint. So we got a lot of affirmations regarding affidavits of service. We've got exhibits regarding a purchase of future receivables as well as payment history. And then there was a judgment for a default judgment proposed. So yeah, and apparently this is still pending according to Unicorp. So let's take a look at what is documented in Trellis here. So in Trellis, oh, I think I still have this always zoomed in. Okay, whatever. In Trellis, it shows here that you gotta subscribe to view the main shit, but it says last refreshed October 2023. I don't know what the fuck that means. That means they last updated it then. So let's check out the complaint as well as the exhibits. It looks like there was a judgment entered, but these are just hearings. I guess that doesn't necessarily mean that it was ordered. Okay. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Remember that. I'm not an attorney. I'm just talking shit about shit that I'm reading. So let's check out this complaint real quick. So the complaint. Casze Brand and Sandera White are the defendants. Plaintiff Syndicate Group US Inc. by its attorney Erica R. Gillerman Esquire, as and for its complaint against defendants herein, alleges as follows. Plaintiff Syndicate Group USA Inc. Plaintiff is a New York corporation engaged in the receivables financing business. Upon information and belief, Casze Brand LLC, defendant seller, is a foreign limited liability company. Defendant Sandera White, defendant guarantor, is an individual residing in the state of Georgia and, upon information and belief, is a principal of defendant seller. Pursuant to a receivables purchase agreement and personal guarantee dated March 4th, 2022, collectively, the agreement, plaintiff purchased from defendant seller $20,285.50 purchase amount of each future account and payment obligation owing to defendant seller from its customers as they are generated in the course of defendant seller's business. Future receivables. A copy of the agreement is attached as Exhibit A. The agreement contains the parties' express consent to the jurisdiction of the courts located in the state of New York. Pursuant to the agreement, plaintiff was authorized to collect via an ACH electronic debit of the future receivables until such time that plaintiff collected the total purchased amount. The agreement contains defendant seller's express covenant not to revoke its ACH authorization to plaintiff or otherwise take any measure to interfere with plaintiff's ability to collect the future receivables. Contrary to defendant seller's express covenant set forth above, defendant seller materially breached the term of the agreement on April 1st, 2022 by changing the designated bank account without plaintiff's authorization, by placing a stop payment on plaintiff's debits to the account, or by otherwise taking measures to interfere with plaintiff's ability to collect the future receivables. A copy of the payment history is attached as Exhibit B. As and for a first cause of action. After a series of payments on or about April 1st, 2022, and this is in regards to breach of contract as to defendant seller. Defendant seller stopped paying and went into default. Plaintiff had not received any cleared payments from the defendants since the default. Plaintiff demanded repayment of money paid under the agreement. Defendant has failed and refused to pay the sums due under the agreement. The agreement provides the defendant seller shall be in default of the agreement if, inter alia, it breaches any covenants contained therein, or makes any representation or warranty, providing to have been incorrect, fake, or misleading in any material respect. As a result of defendant seller's breach of the provisions set forth above, defendant seller has defaulted under the agreement. Pursuant to the agreement, in the event of defendant seller's default, plaintiff may declare the total amount of receivables purchased and not delivered as immediately due and owing to plaintiff, including costs and fees. Plaintiff now has a balance of $17,165.50 in undelivered future receivables, along with a non-sufficient funds fee of $105, NSF fee, and a contractual blocked account fee of $5,000, blocked account fee. Subtracting the amount of receivables plaintiff has previously collected from defendant seller under the agreement from the total future receivables purchased by plaintiff, there is presently due and owing from defendant seller to plaintiff the amount of $22,270.50 with interest from April 1st, 2022, plus its costs and expenses of collection, including reasonable attorney's fees. Pursuant to the terms of the agreement, the defendant seller agreed to pay plaintiff's reasonable attorney fees. Plaintiff repeats and realleges paragraphs 9 through 15 above, as through more fully set forth herein at length. The agreement contains defendant guarantors separately executed an unconditional guarantee of payment in the event of default under the agreement by the defendant seller guarantee. Plaintiff may demand upon defendant guarantor to pay the outstanding balance due under the agreement, which defendant guarantor has failed and refused to do. So yeah, to see the rest of those documents, I would need to download this apparently, or pay for this shit apparently. So let's see if we can check out any more of these documents here. So Exhibit S, a purchase of future receivables redacted. And this shows how Syndicate Group USA Inc., the future receivables and purchase agreement made with Casze brand, primary place of business located with the merchant and Sandera White with their personal residence at where it is. The guarantor, collectively the seller, is entered into on March 4th, 2022. And it shows the amount, purchase price, $14,500. The specified percentage, 25%. Specified debit amount, $195. The receipts purchase amount, $20,285.50. And then we've got some balance transfer forms here. It has a contract here, the basic terms and definitions, the term, sale or purchase of future receipts, payment of purchase price. And yeah. Let's see, is there any other things? Let me see here in the exhibits. Huh? Yeah, no, I'm good. Is it gonna let me view more things? This might not let me view more things if I viewed more than 20 content pieces, huh? That's unfortunate for me. Let's see. Let's test this. That's fine. Okay. Well, I wonder how long it'll have to wait until I can view more shit for free. That's fucking bullshit. Anyway. So yeah, links in the description. We still have one more case to check out. I thought we had one more case to check out. Hold on. Am I missing something? Oh no, this was it, wasn't it? So we did Syndicate Group. Hold up. No, that was it. That was it. That was all the cases. I lied. Okay, cool. Sorry guys, I just forget like how much we've done. So we covered PDM, we covered her personal case, and then this is the Syndicate Group. That was the last case. Okie dokie, sorry about that. Moving on. I don't know why I lost track there. So moving on, I was curious about the business organization structure, like, kind of thinking of just like the general if you're looking at a full funnel growth, you typically think of the entire sales process. You don't just think of marketing, you think of every single aspect of the business typically. And so I was thinking of, what is KCD's company like? What is their company build like? And so I kind of started looking into that. And what I found was apparently KCD was established in Mississippi on May 28, 2015, with the business number 1068372. Um, and it's registered in Jackson, Mississippi to Sandera C. White. Um, and so I do think it's interesting. This was last updated in August 17th, 2021. So I do think it's interesting that they're originally established in Mississippi. And that was in their last reinstatement. There was a notice to dissolve or revoke around 2016, and then they reinstated. There's a formation form established here. Um, and so yeah, I find that interesting. Is this the same company as KC brand? It doesn't look like KC Apparel is still in there. So yeah, I just thought that finding these documents was interesting to me. Um, because she's incorporated in Mississippi, so I wonder if that has anything to do with taxes and things like that. But the business is operating out of Atlanta, Georgia, to my understanding. So I don't know if there's more to it than this. This is just something that I noticed online, and I was just like questioning that. But then what else I saw was when looking into it. So if you look into I was looking into this review. So HZ left a review for a business coach, and this business coach, to my knowledge, is let's see, is what was the review? Here it is. The review says, when I started working with Dr. Z, I gave her a very specific vision for my operational processes, and she made it happen. She is a jewel with a heart to serve and help others be successful. Her knowledge and years of experience helped me with clarity and streamline my day-to-day operations to run more efficiently and more effectively and efficiently for my teams and customers. Sandera White, CEO, owner, designer, Case Z brand. And so she was in a success story here. And so she's about transforming. Okay, so she grew up in the heart of the Delta in Mississippi. And so I think that is also something interesting that I noticed as well. Now, something else that I noticed. What the fuck you mean this doesn't exist? Whoa, what the fuck was that? Okay, so, I need to make sure this specific link is linked in the description of this video. But so there's a link for tracking KCD, for tracking PPP loan, and I noticed that KCD LLC took out a loan and had it forgiven. So she took out the loan of $20,833, and that was forgiven. It was supposed to be for payroll, and this was forgiven May 21st, 2021. So I do find that interesting. She was approved for the payroll loan in Atlanta, Georgia, but at that time period, her business was registered in Mississippi. So I do think that that's interesting. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. And I am making sure I add this specific link regarding the PPP loan up in here. Okie dokie, saved. Good. There we go. Alrighty. And so, and that, this is backed up again here, from the PPP recipients website here. We've got during 2020, we've got COVID, KZ loan was approved and was facilitated by Credit Union of Atlanta. And I'm wondering if this is the same loan or if there was multiple. But it does look like, she's been getting some financial assistance, which is great for her. She needs that, But I also wonder if that brings into question possible financial motive behind some of the legal cases here. Now, from Glassdoor, I was trying to find Case Z on Glassdoor, any type of employee reviews from Case Z, and I could not. But what I did find was that they are hiring a personal fashion assistant, or at least they were. I saw an ad for that. But yeah, so if that's, if you're still interested at this time, I guess here you go. But yeah, so I think that's interesting. I could not find, I tried my hardest to find an application, some type of I can only find the ad. I can't find their actual Glassdoor. And then if I try to look on here, it just wants me to log in and shit. So yeah, there's KC and there's KC Brand LLC in Miami, Florida. So that's interesting. So she's, you know, doing business in Miami, in Florida, in Mississippi. So we can see here we can see job applications for her, but for whatever reason, I've been unable to get to any type of page or employee reviews on her, if that makes sense. So yeah. That's where I'm at with that. So yeah, and from here I figured we could move into the new TikTok videos I have found regarding the situation. So in my last live stream, there were some volume issues and you couldn't hear fucking shit with those damn videos. I'm sorry, y'all. So I've tried adjusting my microphone again here in this one. We'll see if that helps or something in terms of making everything even. But also, what I think I'll try to do is if it's really low again, maybe I can try if it's like that low again, bringing my audio mixer, my desktop audio, I could bring it all the way up and see if that helps at all. So yeah, but. So there's 3 new TikToks that I found, and I figured we could just check these out. And I think if I remember correctly, 2 of these I didn't feel like I got new information from, and this one I did not watch yet. But this one there will be new information from for me, I think. So yeah, alrighty, let's check this out.
Oh well, a renowned seamstress is still left without pay or her dress. It has since been 5 days after the wedding, and the dress is gone in the wind with no form of contact or means to resolve the situation. With past clients bringing up their previous experiences with the seamstress, this still doesn't change the fact or the focus that the dress was shipped in good faith and the seamstress was blocked on all socials and the dress was not returned. It's only natural for a customer.
So yeah, I did just try raising the desktop audio mixer all the way up to see if that helps. And so right now they're just discussing, like whether or not the pros and cons for whether or not, well, I guess not pros and cons, but like whether or not the dress was stolen is basically like the biggest question we all have, right? Is this technically stolen or not? Or is that up for opinion? Or is that like a hard answer? You know what I'm saying?
Customer to have a not so excellent experience with any business, but communication is key. Here's a breakdown. The dress was shipped in good faith on August 21st. The seamstress was blocked on all socials, which lead to her first call out of the bride on the day of her wedding, which was the 24th. I recall watching a video of the seamstress mentioning that the dress was put on hold at the carrier and to be released to the bride after the balance is paid. Keyword.
I do think it's interesting that she waited. That I do think the timing of the day of the wedding for the call out is interesting. Like if it had happened the day before, honestly, I think there could have been more encouragement from like if it had happened like I don't know, but or either the day before or the day after. The day of ruining the wedding is a choice. Is a choice. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying like your old money someone steals from you and then they're having a wedding in the dress that they stole from you. I totally get being like, well, fuck your wedding, man. You just stole from me. I will say, but when you ruin someone's wedding day, that is making a statement. You know what I'm saying? So, um, yeah, yeah. I feel like I just wonder if a different outcome from all this could have happened if there was a call out made before the wedding day. But then that sounds like I'm victim blaming. If you look at it like the dress is stolen. And for me, even though I feel like there's reasons to say, okay, well, we can see why customers may not be satisfied with Casze, I still think that the dress could have been stolen unless it was paid for in full or they did return it, and you know what I mean, or something like that. Like I don't know, that's just my opinion. But all right,
Word after the balance is paid, not before. Keep in mind that custom sales are final. No refunds, no returns. Half paid isn't paid. Trying to return it doesn't nullify the responsibility to pay the rest of the bill. It was only when they picked up the dress. The issues arise of the dress now being 2 sizes too small. Wait a second. Wasn't the dress put on hold at the carrier so that the balance could be paid before delivery? Oh, right, it was picked up regardless. I wonder how that happened because I could have sworn that it was on hold.
That's actually like a really good point. Um, and I think I can't remember, but I feel like I questioned that before. Like if she had said that if the dress was put on hold, how was the husband able to pick it up anyway? Was there some type of misunderstanding somewhere, or did she agree to that? That's totally a good question.
Anyway, the dress didn't appear 2 sizes too small at the.
I feel like I remember questioning this, and I think there was like a discussion of this in my video where I think it's the afternoon kaboom video where I do the reaction to her to Case's TikToks about it, I think.
Fitting. Mind you, at the fitting, everything was perfect and the bride was super happy. If the balance was paid and anything needed to be fixed, the seamstress would make her way there to fix it. But no, she was blocked. Therefore, I am left to believe that no Zoom meeting even existed.
I don't know how she got to the no Zoom meeting even existed part, because to me that kind of doesn't really seem like a logical conclusion to make from that, but maybe I could be wrong for that.
Here is how simple this could have been resolved. Bride pay the balance, get the dress, call the seamstress for any issues. The dress get its final touch addressing any problem you might have, and there you go, a perfect wedding day and a beautiful dress.
So yeah, what do you guys think? I do think she made one valid point, and on the other thing, I was like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But you know what? That was basically my thoughts on this video. So then we have this other video here from News 3841 regarding they're calling it a new development on the seamstress left unpaid. And this is another one of those situations where, like, again, like what I've been bitching about is that none of these people here are discussing their sources at all. So the first video we watched was more of the mindset, in my opinion, that even though it questioned Casey, I still feel that it took Casey's side in that video. In this video, I feel it potentially leans more towards Raylee, so we can take a look and see.
Paid for Raylee's wedding dress.
Unfortunately for us, this one is again not captioned, but I'm noticing that it is much higher in volume than the other video, so I'm going to bring this volume adjustment right back down to where it's been.
Raylee's sister has made a response to the situation, stating, "I'm reaching out on behalf of Raylee regarding the recent situation with her wedding dress. This is her sister, and I want to clarify the facts. Raylee paid 60% of the total cost upfront. However, the final fitting, which was scheduled 2 days before the wedding, was canceled by the designer."
And so, yeah, from the last couple of days, I've also gotten clarity on, previously, I was wondering, like, who canceled the actual appointment. But recently, the sources have all seemed to be claiming and clarifying that it was Case Z that canceled the final appointment. So I do think that is also interesting. Like, so when it comes to, like, would there have probably needed to have been a refund? For sure. But I still believe, you know, even if you don't like something, if you didn't pay for it, yeah, even if you were going to ask for a refund on it anyway, could a business owner think you stole it? For sure. You know what I mean? In my opinion, like, I don't know.
Furthermore, the designer failed to attend the agreed-upon Zoom meeting after canceling the fitting. It's important to note that the model used for fitting the dress was clearly of a different body shape than Raylee.
I already addressed, I think it was in the Afternoon Kaboom video, in the section where I show Paris Hatcher's Instagram and her previous content, why I don't think the fact that, you know, there was a different model with a different body type also wearing the dress impacts whether or not the dress size was altered or changed, you know what I'm saying? Because, and it shows you two different women, two different body types wearing the exact same outfit, exact same size, and how it looks on them. Like, that can be a thing, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I've already discussed all that before, but y'all know what I think about that. You can go check my previous content.
Which is evident in the viral reel. Per the contract, the dress was supposed to arrive by August 10th, but the designer provided a false tracking number and lied about shipping it.
So here's my thing. The false tracking number lied about shipping it statement. If she actually shipped it there on time, there's got to be receipts for that. So if she can come with the evidence on that, then there's going to be no way, you know, actually lied about that. I don't understand how there could be a false tracking number. Could there have been a mistake with sending the correct tracking number? Probably. But in my opinion, a false tracking number makes no sense. If that was the case, if like this is a case where fake fake receipts are being doctored, then how was the dress ever picked up is my question. You know what I'm saying? Or are they saying like they sent the fake tracking number as if it was sent on time, but then it wasn't? But I don't know. We'll see.
The dress eventually arrived on August 22nd, just 2 days before the wedding, but it was at least 2 sizes too small, rendering it unwearable. Despite a visit to a seamstress.
Now, I will say, before today, I didn't believe that if the dress fitted her before, could it have now be fitting all of a sudden not fit anymore? You know what I'm saying? I didn't believe there would be some time, like, I didn't believe that the seamstress was going to go do more work for herself. So I didn't believe that anything would have been changed to the size of the dress. Okay. So, with this other video, I do think it's different because in that case, I don't think that the girl had gotten to try it on. But with this case, this chick did try that bitch on and it fit her fine then. So this one, I'm still, I don't know about that, you know?
There wasn't enough time to correct the significant issues. Raylee and our mother tried to resolve the matter with the designer, requesting a return label to send the dress back, but the designer was uncooperative. Given the urgency, Raylee had no choice but to find an alternative dress, which she purchased from a store in Colorado. To be clear, the dress designed by the original designer was not stolen. It simply did not fit Raylee's body.
So, in my opinion, though, if they didn't pay for it in full, I don't know how you can say it wasn't stolen if you didn't pay for it, though, or give it back yet, just because you didn't like it. That's where I'm still not understanding their logic. You know what I'm saying?
And she was forced to find a suitable replacement in a very short amount of time. Is Raylee still in the...
I mean, it's like if you go to a restaurant, buy food, and you don't like it, and then you go to another restaurant because you didn't like the food you got at the first restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Like, if a restaurant decides to refund you because they messed up your order or something, that's on them. But if you just don't like something from a restaurant and they made it just fine, then I don't think they should have to refund you, for example. You know what I mean? For me, it's like the same logic, right? So, yeah. Fucking, from here, we got another, update from somebody else. Now, I didn't watch the whole thing. I just started watching the beginning. So what I know is that an anonymous source is where she is getting her information from that is in proximity to Raylee's side. So this is going to be another video from one of the sources allegedly close to Raylee. And it's anonymous and we don't know who this person is. So, and you know, I'm not saying this person's making that shit up, but she could totally be making that shit up. She could be like, this is trending, so let me just talk some shit. But the reason I believe that could be real, or that she believes this could be real, could be because when you become known for not having true information, that will really fuck your shit up. And so I feel like it would probably be in her best interest to be telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So I'm going to say I don't know the veracity of this information, but I'm going to watch it with the good faith that she believes she's telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? So
CC, make sure you follow me for more unsolicited opinions. So if you've been following.
This is one of those other ones that's a little bit quiet for me, so I'm going to raise the mixer on the desktop audio again to see if that helps with you guys, and I'm raising the computer audio. So let's see what the story is.
Following me in this Raylee and the Stolen Dress situation, I got an update for y'all. All right, so somebody's reached out to me, anonymous source. They wish to remain anonymous, excuse me, with Raylee's side of the story, essentially. I know that her sister's also been in the comments of the original video, also trying to give Raylee's side of the story. I'm going to share that because I do believe in fair, fair news and all the information being out there so everybody can come up with their own conclusion and their.
So at this point, all that she's really been saying is that, she wants to put out Raylee's family side of the story so more information can be put out there and people can better make the decisions that they feel for themselves about who's telling the truth. For me personally, I am fascinated by what people are saying about this. However, what I really, really, really want to see is the actual evidence. I want to see the fucking receipts from both sides at this point. That's what I really want to see. And if this goes to court, hell yeah, I'm fucking covering that shit. All right, hold up. Let's see what the fuck she's saying though.
Their own idealism. The one thing I will say before I disclose this, it was not Raylee who reached out to me. It was a source close to Raylee. I will say it's very difficult to believe really anything that anybody's saying other than Raylee. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's her dress, it's her situation. We would really like to hear from her. With that being said, let me go ahead and give y'all what was shared with me. So what was shared with me was that there was a contract in place. The dress was paid for 60%. The dress was supposed to arrive to the bride by August the 12th. Okay, the dress did not arrive till August 22nd, 2 days prior to the wedding. Excuse me. So.
Oh, wow. So if the dress is supposed to arrive August 12th, but the dress didn't arrive till August 22nd, that is huge distance in the actual in delivery time. So I can definitely see why the customer is upset. And again, several things have been said where I can see on every aspect why the customer is upset. But I will maintain firm on if the customer didn't pay for the dress in full and the customer has the dress and didn't get the dress back, regardless of if all of this other shit went wrong and she's not happy with the dress, she still may have technically stolen it to me. But yeah, fucking, all right, hold up, sorry.
Already the designer would be in breach of contract if that was in case, the case with the contract. The dress was already 12 days late.
But legally, breach of contract, it entitles you to a refund, but it doesn't entitle you to never have paid. You know what I'm saying? Or if someone did a breach of contract, in my opinion, and you are in possession of the dress and you want your money back, you have to give the dress back to get the money back. You know what I'm saying? So for them to not pay and not give the dress back is just like, that's where I'm saying it's like, yeah, you have valid complaints, but you don't get to keep the dress and part of the money for it, right? In this case, in my opinion.
There were 2 fittings in total. The second fitting, there were 2 fittings scheduled in total. The second fitting, she's saying that they went down there to Miami. They were there for 5 days, and that at no point in time was the seamstress available for the fitting. I don't know what the reasons were behind it. They didn't really give me that information.
That is wild to me for you to have clients come all the way down from Colorado to your city for 5 days and not be able to make time for them for a multi-$1,000 gown. You better have already somehow been out of town somehow for those days and oops, that just didn't work out, my bad, or someone better be dead in the hospital, some fucking crazy shit in my opinion for that to be okay in this. However, even if someone's fucking you over, it's not okay to steal from them. That doesn't change the fact that I do still feel that they're looking for reasons to be it's okay that we stole from her because we didn't like the shit anyway. And I totally think that it's valid if they didn't like it, but they should have followed the procedure to get their money back instead of just deciding they were going to do what they wanted to. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, in this case, if you don't own something of somebody's and there's you don't own anything of theirs, you're not holding anything over them, you're not fucking with their shit. I think it's a different scenario of if you're going to not worry about following a procedure. You know what I'm saying? To get out of the business relationship because fuck it, you're not impacting them anyway. But in this scenario, I find that's why there's a procedure because of the impact. You know what I'm saying? So that way people still get at the end of the day what's owed to them. Because here's my thing: if they really need a refund, if they paid up front, then in my opinion, with that breach of contract, now they would legally be able to go in with a clean breach of contract lawsuit, and it's not going to be all complicated. But now where they're at is they've complicated it with a stolen dress. They've got a theft lawsuit, defamation lawsuit. They got all these other things to deal with, potentially on top of breach of contract. You know what I'm saying? So just remember Avril Lavigne, okay? Why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? Yeah, I can't sing that song. Anyway,
After that, they returned back home. When they received the dress, they said the dress had multiple pins in it. So, if you're somebody that knows anything about clothing, it's kind of weird if the dress doesn't have pins in it. The pins are meant to hold the fabric together while you're, until you get it sewed and everything. So that would be, weird. And uncomfortable when you're trying on a dress. But, obviously you don't expect to have a pin in your fucking dress when you're going to try it on. So there was that. She also said that, she informed the seamstress that the dress did not quite fit properly the way she wanted it to fit. I understand that it's her wedding day. You want everything to be perfect. She went to two other seamstresses in the area where she actually lives, and was told that the alterations that would be needed could not be accomplished in the 2 days that she had before her wedding.
I can understand why people wouldn't be able to do something in that last minute of a time frame, but that is different. Where like some people are saying, "Oh, it'll be completely unwearable" and things like that. Like like so. I think it's interesting. Sometimes there will be an exaggeration on the fact, but yeah, I can see how there wouldn't be enough time to make adjustments to the dress. All of it is super. I didn't realize the whole the dress should have been done 10 days earlier because she was making it sound like Casze was making it sound like it's a rush order dress. So they did this so last minute. She was doing everything she could to do it, and they knew it. Like she was making it sound like what I'm saying, that it was happening on their timeline. In my opinion, I feel like that's how what I was led to believe. Did anyone else feel that way? That's how I felt.
As such, she did not even take pictures in the dress. She did not wear the dress, and that she had to go out and buy a whole different wedding dress 2 days prior to her wedding. As far as the no contact goes, apparently it was disclosed to all the people involved in the wedding that the bride and groom would not be really in contact with anybody the couple days prior to the wedding because they need to focus on the wedding and get everything situated for that. Completely understand. However, I would say that
Yeah, she's probably about to say this, but that's my thought. Is like even it's understandable that you're not gonna be able to respond to people for your wedding, but at the same time, if you owe somebody money just because it's your wedding day, like what I mean, if it's for the wedding dress on the wedding day, just because it's your wedding day doesn't mean you get to ignore the person you owe money for your wedding. You know what I mean?
it's your wedding dress, so I really don't know what else you could need to focus on that would be like more important than the wedding dress, other than maybe the groom. But hey, again, I've never been married. I don't know what all goes into it. I don't know the stress that goes into it, so I'm not gonna sit here and act like that I do. And I'm just reporting the story based on what it was told to me. They didn't contact the seamstress. They asked her to send a shipping label so that they could send the dress back to the seamstress because they did not have any intention of paying for the said dress. And apparently,
And I already talked about why I don't think that she should have had to pay for the shipping label. I do think I still
that I don't know what happened with that, but apparently that label was never received. So basically, what their part of the story is that they have been trying to return this
because she went there to Colorado to pick it up herself, is what she said, is what Casze said, and they ghosted her, is what Casze said. And Casze made it sound like they agreed for her to come pick it up, and then they ghosted her when they arrived. So if that is true, for this to be what their response is very gaslighting, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
stress to the seamstress and that she has made it impossible to do so. They did acknowledge the fact that they had blocked people on socials, but part of that is because that there had been threats and a lot of other things like that.
Okay, from what I know, though, according to Casze, and according to anything I can find online on social profiles, Casze did not make any video about her public until after she was blocked by them. So I do think that that is interesting. You know what I'm saying?
I will say this, regardless of what your opinion is one way or the other, I don't understand doxing, guys. Like, it's not okay to go and try to destroy somebody's life.
I don't think any doxing occurred that I know of. Everything that has been shown has all been public record. So that's, to my knowledge, doxing would be something that wouldn't be available to the public, as far as I know, if I'm not mistaken.
To go destroy their business simply because you don't agree with what they did. Now, what this woman did was
I can agree with the concept of you shouldn't just go destroy random people's business. I will say, if someone's stealing from you, though, like I can kind of see people, like putting, if there is evidence that this dress is stolen, I can see why people would go leave bad reviews, right? To warn others. I think that's a public service, right? However, I will say I think people should wait until evidence and receipts come out. A lot of times, like people will go do these things without evidence or receipts, and I feel that in certain cases like this, you should wait until the evidence comes out. You know what I'm saying? Now, for me, for example, like if you look up my name on Ace, one of the Ace Hardwares in New Orleans, I left a bad review because someone there was racist to somebody that I know of. And in a situation like that, I'm going to back up somebody's lived experience on the discrimination and oppression they face. So in that case, yeah, I chose to back that up. And that can be up to you at your discretion as well. So when it comes to human rights issues, I can, or, things in which there may not be the evidence for, I can kind of understand like going ahead and backing up bitches, for human rights purposes and for the purposes of public awareness to let others know in regards to places they may or may not be safe in. But when it comes to things like this, where no one else is impacted but these specific parties, and maybe anybody who chooses to go buy from Casze in the future, I feel like people should wait, and should have waited until the actual evidence came out to go leave reviews on her page. Now, I do still think people should have been able to say whatever the fuck they want on their own pages. Freedom of speech. I believe that. Share your opinion, share your thoughts, create your own content, share it on your own space. That I believe in. But I do agree that perhaps people should have waited before they left bad reviews on Raylee's page. And I will say again, I don't think I feel value aligned with Raylee at all politically. So, I'm like, fuck that bitch. I'm not over here trying to be like, yeah, Rayleigh. But even pieces of shit like that, do deserve to have called, to be able to be accurately given bad reviews. You know what I'm saying? Make sure it's accurate, right?
was wrong, 100% wrong. But let karma do what it do. We don't need to do it for it, okay? But yeah, that's the other side of the story. Essentially, was that another update I had from another source again.
My opinion so far, everything from that side of the other update was basically the same information put out in the Distractify article and by the bride's husband. So even though that source was not named, in my opinion, there wasn't anything new from that information, or at least not for me. Maybe there was for you, but if you've been watching all of my shit, then no, because we saw this already. Okay, let's see. The next thing she said is,
and not disclosing any of my sources because they wish to remain anonymous, and I respect that. Another source that I got was from the seamstress side, which is that the seamstress, in fact, did show up to Colorado to try to pick up said dress from the bride and the groom, and that.
Okay, so seamstress has a source that backs her up. Is that what we're getting here? Even though the evidence hasn't come out yet? Interesting.
The mother and bride, and that nobody was there or available for her to do so, and again that she had no way of getting in contact with anyone because she'd been blocked on all the socials. I truly don't know what the truth is in the story, and honestly, I don't think we're ever going to know what the truth is in the story until we need to hear from the bride. Like, I hate to say it, I appreciate this is the bride's sister because real life, you a sister, that's how you're supposed to do, but like, we need Raylee to come out and say something about what happened and what the situation actually is. Like everybody says, there's two sides to every story.
Well, I agree, but basically, I don't think Raylee's going to say much different than what her husband and her sister just said. What I want to see is the damn evidence from all sides. You know what the fuck I'm saying? Oh, shit.
And I never want to not put out both sides so that everybody can have a clear perspective. I guess my conclusion would still be the same as what it was ultimately before. You still have a dress that you haven't paid for. I guess technically she might have been in breach of contract for you only getting dressed 12 days before, but that's something that should be taken up in court, not just you just disappearing and just deciding that you're just not going to pay for this dress. That's not the way to handle it. That's really what my take on it is. I do appreciate the sources that have reached out to me and honestly try to give me some more insight on the story because I definitely want to make sure that I'm giving out accurate information to everybody that's following me. I don't want my followers getting the wrong information, so I do try to be as accurate as possible. So again, I don't know what's true, what's not. This is all just information that I'm getting. I'm gonna let everybody decide for themselves because at this point none of us really know what's true and what's not. Okay, so y'all make sure y'all follow me for more. I'll see y'all later. Peace.
Yeah, you already know. I basically agree with everything that she was saying in the last bit there. Yeah, that was basically right where the fuck I am. So from here, I figured we could check out the new articles to me about the situation. So from Distractify, there is a different article. This is another article from the other one we read by them, but I think it basically says the same shit. So this one says, Raylee Rukavina's sister claims wedding dress designer is at fault. Source from Casze responds, exclusive. Raylee's sister claims that the dress was completely unwearable. By Alyssa Nobit. Couture designer Casanthia has stirred up a major batch of internet drama following claims that a bride-to-be named Raylee Rukavina stole her custom wedding dress. In a TikTok video posted on August 24th, Sandera detailed the alleged theft and explained that Raylee refused to pay her balance after the dress was shipped, blocking the designer on all platforms. Since then, Raylee has gone dark on social media, fueling rumors that she is in the wrong. However, Raylee's sister, Mackenzie, has exclusively reached out to Distractify to share her side of the story and set the record straight. And of course from Casze has responded. Let's dive in. Raylee Rukavina's sister says claims the dress was stolen are completely inaccurate. In an exclusive statement to Distractify, Raylee's sister has shared her side of the story, and a source from Casze has responded. Raylee put 60% down for payment. She said her final dress fitting was canceled 2 days before their agreed appointment. The designer also failed to show up for the agreed Zoom meeting after canceling the final fitting. Raylee's sister also claims that Sandera's initially lied about shipping the dress and provided the fake tracking number, which led to the dress being delivered only 2 days before the wedding. And sure enough, she says it didn't fit. However, while our Casze source has told us that Raylee did, indeed, pay a down payment, there was no additional Zoom meeting or fitting scheduled. And as far as the fake tracking number, they claim it was actually a technical error that caused the label to need to be reprinted, and it shouldn't have affected the shipping in any way. They also told us that, following Raylee's actual final fitting, there were no changes made to the dress that would have altered its size, and that it 100% should have fit her properly. The company even allegedly received photos of Raylee wearing the gown after it had been delivered. Regardless, because the dress allegedly didn't fit, Mackenzie claims that her sister and mother were forced to frantically search for a brand new dress, and that they reached out to Sandera for a shipping label to return the gown, but she was uncooperative. The bride and her mother tried to communicate with the designer, but there was no willingness whatsoever on her part. They requested a return label to ship the dress back to the designer, she told us. Understandably upset, the bride and her mother decided to table the entire issue until Monday to frantically find a dress that would work for Raylee to walk down the aisle. In a conflicting report, though, our source at Casze has claimed that it was actually Raylee and her family who were uncooperative and unreachable on the days leading up to the wedding. They told us that Raylee's party waited until the last minute to let the designer know that the dress supposedly didn't fit, though they had several days to do so, and that throughout the company's efforts to coordinate a way for them to get the dress back, even offering to pick it up from the wedding location or receive their payment, they were ghosted. Sindera has created a GoFundMe to recoup expenses for the stolen dress. Since Sindera's story went viral, she has created a GoFundMe page dedicated to recouping expenses caused by the unethical client experience. In her description, she shares her version of events. We are facing significant financial challenges, loss, and emotional distress due to the unscrupulous and unethical tactics of Raylee Rukavina. To date, she still has not paid the remaining balance or shipped the dress back. Due to her actions, I must now retain a lawyer and go through the legal processes to fight back for the possession of the custom gown and or payment for the final remaining balance due to me, Sindera said. She has currently raised over 900 of her 12,500 goal. However, in correspondence to Distractify, Mackenzie claims that the full price of the dress was only $6,290, and $3,774 of that sum had already been paid by Raylee before the dress was made. As of writing, the source at Casze confirms that no additional payments have been made, and the company has received no further correspondence from Raylee or her family to make things right. Whew. Now, from NewYorkBreaking.com, we have another article here from James, and it says, wedding dress designer at war with bride over $10,000 gown. A wedding dress designer has caused a social media storm after accusing a popular influencer of not paying for her custom-made dress, despite repeated reminders. Sindera Kazanthia, the owner of Casze Atelier, claims that Colorado hairstylist Raylee Rukavina stole her intricately detailed wedding dress. She claimed she failed to pay the remaining fees and blocked all communication between them. Kazanthia made the shocking accusations days before Rukavina's big day in a now viral TikTok, which also featured a short clip of the influencer laughing as she tried on the dress. Raylee has our dress and will not pay us the rest. It is a wedding dress, and at this time she will not give it back or pay the rest. So the dress is stolen. If anyone has any information on this Colorado bride, please let us know, the furious designer wrote. Sindera Kazanthia, the owner of Casze Atelier, has claimed that Colorado-based hairstylist Raylee Rukavina stole her highly detailed wedding dress, claiming she hasn't paid the remaining costs and has blocked all communication between them. In a later video, Kazanthia explained that she had sent the rush dress to the hairdresser a few days before the wedding and had sent her the final invoice by email and text message. The designer claimed that she attempted to contact Rukavina multiple times to collect her final payment, but did not hear back after the funds were delivered to the influencer. Since then, Kazanthia has launched a GoFundMe page to raise $12,500 to cover damages, including salaries, legal fees, and overhead. The designer explained that she needs the money to fight back for possession of the custom-made dress and or pay the remaining amount owed. The owner of the studio claims she was unable to contact the bride and her family, but Rukavina's sister has denied the allegations and blames Kazanthia for her lack of communication. Kazanthia Pritchard claims she tried to contact Rukavina multiple times to collect her final payment, but didn't hear back after it was delivered to the influencer. Kazanthia had made the shocking accusation just days before Rukavina was to marry David Wells. In a statement released following the influencer's wedding to her husband, David Wells, Sister Mackenzie Tyner revealed that Rukavina had already paid for the majority of the costs, 60% down payment. Her last fitting was canceled 2 days before their scheduled appointment. The designer also didn't show up for the scheduled Zoom meeting after she canceled last fitting, she said. There's a survey here about who was right. 12 votes went to the designer of the wedding dress and 0 votes went to the bride. The sister who supported her also said that Kazanthia lied to the family about shipping the dress and gave a false tracking number, which resulted in the dress not being delivered in the wrong size until 2 days before the wedding. Tyner also responded to Kazanthia's claim that the dress cost $10,000, saying instead that the full price was only $6,290, of which $3,774 had already been paid by the bride before the dress was made. The bride and her mother tried to communicate with the designer, but there was no willingness from her side. They asked for a return label to send the dress back to the designer. Understandably angry, the bride and her mother decided to postpone the whole affair until Monday so they could hastily find a dress for Raylee to walk down the aisle in. Sister Mackenzie Tyner later said that the bride and her mother were forced to find a replacement dress after the original dress arrived in the wrong size. The bride wears a different dress down the aisle. Photos from the wedding show Rukavina wearing a dress that was not mentioned in the Kazanthia video, although it remains unclear whether the outfit was one of many or a replacement. The publication was able to contact sources related to Kazanthia, who admitted that the bride had indeed paid a deposit for the dress, but that no Zoom call or additional fitting was ever scheduled. Photos from the wedding show Rukavina wearing a dress that is not mentioned in the Kazanthia video, but it is unclear whether the dress was one of several or a replacement. Over the past week, Rukavina has had to disable all of her social media accounts and business pages due to the influx of comments about the situation. Her husband, David Wells, has also since released a statement claiming that Kazanthia received half the amount up front and that now they have received the dress. Efforts are being made to return it. So, yeah, and then, I just realized, I think this is word for word from the Daily Mail. Well, that's unfortunate. Whatever, I just read this shit twice in one day then, I guess. Fuck it. Alrighty. And then from abdpost.com, we have another article here. It says, wedding dress designer at war with bride over $10,000 gown. So Derek Cynthia, the owner of Casze Atelier, has alleged that Colorado-based hairstylist Raylee Rukavina stole her heavily detailed wedding dress. So, yeah, and I'm pretty sure this is the exact same fucking... Okay, this just links back to Daily Mail. Alrighty, and then from AOL.com, I actually think this might actually be a different article for real. Let's see. It says, pay me, you have the dress. Seamstress slams bride for ghosting and refusing to pay. By, I'm so sorry, I don't think I can say this right. You know what? I think I already read this because I remember not being able to say this name. Donata Lescalcati. I think I already read this article. I totally read this article. I think I read this article. I think they're just reprinting the exact same shit in different fucking places now, man. So yeah, alright. I'm sorry, I'm like, if I'm over discussing this. Okay, you know what? I actually think I want to re-watch this other video from Letitia after we check this out before I go. So yeah, I totally watched this shit. All right. And then earlier today in the live stream where I was showing the videos from the creator who spoke out against Casze, I read this article from timesnownews.com, but as I was reading it, I forgot to show this article on the screen as I was reading it. And so I just wanted to pull that up real quick from what I was reading earlier. And before we go, I just figured I wanted to check out, I think it was this post. I just wanted to check out, yes, this post that got featured in that, in the article. This post was in there, so I just want to see what she says about that real quick. What were her initial thoughts? I'm curious.
Hey guys, it's Leticia. I'm back from my unsolicited opinions. So I don't know how many of y'all been following this Raylee story, but in case you haven't been, let me give you a quick little background. So Raylee is this woman. She a bride. She got married yesterday. Was her wedding, it looks like. So she got her dress custom made by a seamstress, and it was a beautiful dress. It was like transformed one for the ceremony, and then take the piece off, and you get a reception dress. Absolutely gorgeous. Lots of jewels, lots of little handwork going in there. A lot of.
She is so much better at describing this shit than I am. I fucking love it. Okay.
For a lot of work. So anyway, the seamstress, even though the bride had not paid her full balance, which I got comments on that, even though the bride had not paid the full balance, she went ahead and sent out the dress because she didn't want the dress to be late for the wedding, because the wedding was the next day and she wanted to make sure it was there on time. The wedding was yesterday and she wanted to make sure the dress was there on time. The bride then turned around and ghosted said seamstress and blocked her on all the social medias and did not pay her balance. But yet,
and that's where I'm still at. Like, that's why I think it's stolen, and like why I can't get past it, even though she didn't like it at the end of the day. You know what I mean? And I know that like we had this other situation where, you know, other people have spoken out, but if you also look into it, you can find so many more clients that are satisfied with the result. You know what I'm saying? So it's also like,
had her wedding yesterday and wore the dress for the wedding. There is a TikTok video of her in the dress, you know, all cute and everything in the dress that's not paid for. Okay, I got a lot of thoughts on this. Okay, the first thought is to the seamstress. I understand and appreciate what you were trying to do for your client. I think that's some legit shit. However, we gotta stop looking at people that's not looking out for us. Okay.
I totally see what she's saying there, because like I was saying, there was a point where like at that luxury price point, if she wasn't going to be providing that service at that level, then some people might say that she's insulting them. We're not providing the luxury service she's supposed to be providing. You know what I'm saying? So it's also like a double-edged sword thing. Like, damned if you do, damned if you don't sometimes. You know what I mean?
Okay, when she didn't pay her balance, that dress should have stayed in your closet, period. Regardless of when her wedding was. I see what you're trying to do, trying to look out, you're trying to make sure, you know, things happen, brides are busy. I understand that.
I don't know what happened here. The volume's up. It just cut off and went mute for me. Is it mute for you guys? Oh, damn, the end is mute.
Damn that. When her wedding was. I see what you're trying to do, trying to look out, you're trying to make sure, you know, things happen, brides are busy. I understand that.
Yeah, I think something happened with this video file. That is so funny. Oh yeah. Okay, this happened right here. Look at the comment. Okay, that is hilarious. Well, I wonder what the rest of her thoughts were. But yeah, no. So I already addressed my thoughts on that shit. So I think that's, you know, interesting. Alrighty. So we're here now. So let's reflect on. Oh wait, did I link that? Let me pull this back up just in case. I need to remember to link this. Oops. Okay. I exited out. Okay, I need to remember to link that at the end. Alrighty, so yeah, let's reflect on what we discussed today. So, we've just been kind of chatting about the entire situation regarding the Case Z situation, whether or not the dress was stolen. And I've been, you know, trying to see both sides of it in terms of covering everything I can find about it on both sides. I'm still leaning towards I believe the dress may be stolen in this case if the facts presented to us as we know of are true. Because I believe, you know, if the dress was not paid for in full and it was not returned, it is stolen, in my opinion. But yeah, fucking, and so we went over Anyway, so I forget. I believe they're both financial related. And then we also see, she did get the PP. She did need to take out the PPP loan, very common for businesses, but it does kind of give us a sense of where her business financial standing was at that time. And she did not have to pay that back, which is, I don't think business people, that's good, but just an understanding of financial situation. We did find that there was some business documentation regarding a business manager from Mississippi and business registry in Mississippi, as well as they may be hiring a personal fashion assistant. Um, from there, we found some new videos regarding the Raylee Casze updates. We found one from Sassy Expression about what happened to the wedding dress. We found one from News 3841 about Raylee's sister's response. And then we found Letitia Holloway's video regarding the anonymous source. Then we looked over the articles that we've found so far, just kind of brought those up. And then we finished off with Letitia's initial thoughts when she first found out about this situation. I was curious, but that got cut off halfway. And so we're here now. I do think that the legal cases in regards to how she does businesses are interesting. I do think that, with that, it does kind of give potential, like, if Casze did not have evidence to show, like, that she had sent the dress and all of that, and that they hadn't paid yet and all of that, then I think that could show some motive. If Casze is trying to use this opportunity to ask the public for more money for the dress than what it's worth, I do think that kind of shows why, she's in that financial situation to want to do that potentially. Because I didn't understand before, why was she saying that the dress was $10,000 if she only charged them like $6,000, and she didn't tell us that she discounted it. I was curious about that, but yeah, so there are things that I am questioning, with all the new information that comes out. Like, there are definitely facts about the case that I question, but at the end of the day, I still think I'm pretty firm on, if the dress was not paid for in full and it was never returned, then I do believe the dress may be stolen. I was trying to, go through this material to see, but yeah, I feel like because it's towards the end of the night, I'm crashing, so, yeah. Y'all get it. Y'all get it. You know how I feel down it. All right. So next, what I want to do, because today I really looked into Case's legal background, I am going to, just kind of do the fair is fair situation in that regard, and I'm going to go look into Raylee Rukavina's legal background next, and I will cover that if I find anything about that to cover. And if I don't find anything about that to cover, I'll just mention in my next live stream that I didn't find shit. And fucking yeah, I think that's where I'm at. If it comes out that Raylee Rukavina did not steal the dress. And that could be either a judge ruled it so, or it could be that she comes with this receipts to show she paid for it in full, or she did actually return it. If any of that happens, then I will go out of my way to do a live stream to do everything I can to make it as known as possible that the dress was not stolen. But at this point in time, even if I feel like there are reasons to question facts of the case, or I could see why customers may not be satisfied with what they got from Casze, at this point I still do think that the dress may be stolen. That is where I think I'm landing. So yeah, all right, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here with me. And again, I just want to remind you guys, this is all just my opinion. I don't know anything about what happened because I was not there. I'm just letting you know about the information I find as I find it. Now, because I haven't processed this all, I don't feel I was able to give a proper PR analysis of the events that occurred as they've been occurring, because I've been so focused on trying to report on these issues in real time as I find the information. But what I do also want to do with all of this work that I've done on reporting on this on real time, on my thought processes, is a different live stream, potentially also on the PR analysis of this entire situation regarding the shift in public perception at every turn of event. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be a fascinating live stream to do. So yeah, all right. Thank you for being here. I fucking appreciate you. You're the shit. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great night. Sleep well. Take care of yourself. And yeah. Bye. Oh fuck. My bad, I was muted again. Okay, at least I realized relatively quickly this time. Fuck. Okay. So, sorry, if it was weird, between the jumps, between the oh, this is weird. I kind of froze it for me, and if I'm sharing the window, I kind of froze it right where it transitions, and you can kind of see what's left of me here and here. I think that's kind of interesting. Just a specific screen I froze it on. It's kind of cool looking. Um, okay, there's way too many of me on this screen though, so I'm going to, my bad, distracted. I'm exiting out of that now. I just looked over to exit it out, and that's what I see. My bad. Okay, distracted. Um, and I need to remember to link this other video. I'm gonna save that. Okay. Oh yes. So sorry. If there were jumps between the introduction and the conclusion in the rewatching of that live stream, I apologize. That was because some stuff had to be redacted. Um, and I mean, not if there were some jumps. So I apologize if the jumps didn't make sense. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because I had to redact something. Um, but out of respect. And I'm pretty sure that I successfully did that. But if that person sees anything and anything got through, you let me know, and this shit will go again. You know what I mean? Okay, so as because that video was filmed before all of the content we just covered, a lot of the material in that live stream that I was questioning or that we were covering was obviously addressed and answered prior. Um, let's see. For example, we now know more information about shit like the tracking number. And so, in regards to the tracking number, my mom sent me a text message as well. My mom said, just went back and watched the live stream where you called me so I could understand what was going on. Even if FedEx wouldn't ship a package because of a prepaid weight issue, which I don't think that happened, it would still show that FedEx had the package. Um, or it says dot dot on my, where it would still show that FedEx had. Or it said dot dot in the caption there, that's what it should say. I can't speak, but you know what I mean? Alright, so that's what my mom texted me. Um, and she was a courier for 8 years. So yeah. Did I mention, I can't remember if I mentioned that I could not find any information on Raylee legally, um, in terms of any legal issues or anything like that. I will try looking again because now I'm like, with the fact that she threatened the police as her go-to in this scenario, just ready to have it. I do wonder if she has connections in her family to police or attorneys, so perhaps that could contribute to a cleaner record or a record that is easier to, harder to find, perhaps, if there is anything there, but whether it be with her business financially or legally when it comes to being similar to how we can find some stuff on Kazanthia, or Kazi. Uh, I'm so sorry, I can't pronounce that. Kazazi. Um, so yeah. Fucking, so I'm wondering, but that's just some like shit that like my instant thought. That's not fact. That's just like how I question things. You know what I'm saying? Um, but yeah. But then I'm also wondering too, like on the flip side, perhaps there are remedies for and regarding the state law in which the lawsuit would occur that is relevant for regarding the breach of contract. I believe there could be potentially remedies according to state law regarding breach of contract. So I think maybe I'm wrong because I don't know how the law works, but I feel like there could be different cases or charges or lawsuits for 3 different situations. On Rayleigh's side, she could probably do one court case to decide if 2 charges should stick, one regarding defamation, one regarding the breach of contract. And on case Z, Kazanthia's side, she still may have a theft case. I still think she potentially has the stolen dress case. So they both, in my opinion, now just have 2 potential legal cases against each other, potentially. You know what I'm saying? I do think that even if Kazanthia did take to social media, there is a certain way she could have gone about it without a possibility for a defamation suit to come against her. But because certain facts can be proven to not add up, um, and with other elements of things that she said regarding wanting to call her out, there may actually be a defamation case there, in my opinion. But again, I'm not an attorney. I'm just saying shit I know based on my perspective. You know what I'm saying? Or not? That doesn't sound. Am I doing that well? I don't know. I need to do some better work on my shit. You know? I don't know. But yeah, so I think that uh, yeah, and then if Kazazi had better procedures in place, there would had been no breach of contract issue to begin with. But then at the same time, Kazazi might have a breach of contract against argument against fucking what's her name, Raylee, for not fucking following through with full payment according to procedure. So they both could potentially, arguably, have two cases against each other. You know what I'm saying? So I think whoever's attorney gets their case in first, in my opinion, the other one would then potentially have to counter sue on, I think, in my opinion, is potentially how that might go. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. That's just what I'm questioning. Is that what would happen? I don't know. I'm not an attorney. So, yeah, let's try and recap today's shit fuck of a live stream. Today, what we have done was, what happened was, I covered all of the information regarding Raylee Rukavina sharing her evidence and how the internet has now sort of swayed opinion more towards her side of the story. We have discussed the screenshot that was approved for me to share at this time from an anonymous source. And we also shared reasons for why I believe certain facts don't add up regarding the Kazazi story. We discussed we restreamed the redacted version of the live stream that I attempted to do on August 29th, and today is August 30th, so last night for me right now. But who knows when you're watching this for you what that is. Time's relevant. And so we've covered a lot more as well. One of the things that I've discussed is reasons I could see both parties potentially still having two lawsuits against each other. Why I believe that it could be valid that Kazazi could still have a theft lawsuit or a theft case against Raylee, and why I believe it's valid that a Kazazi could have a breach of contract lawsuit against Raylee. We've discussed why I believe it's valid that Raylee could have a breach of contract lawsuit against Kazazi. And we've discussed why I believe it's valid why Raylee might have a defamation suit against Kazazi. We've also discussed fucking why can't I speak or think? Different reasons that I believe, well, basically two main ones. Well, one main one. We basically discussed why I believe it's fucking wrong as shit to call the police on a black person if they're not endangering you in any shape or form, just because you don't like them or don't want them around you. We've discussed, a variety of things. So yeah, I don't think I'm equipped to, or the proper person to speak on that. But that was damn it, this is why I said I wasn't gonna harp on this. It's just like something that I noticed or felt like very pissed off about when I saw that in the text messages. Because for me, that level of escalation in this system, in this society, that to escalate it that far and then be surprised when someone takes it to social media, you know what I'm saying? Now, I argued why I think Raylee could have legally a defamation case against Kazazi. However, I don't think she should do that because that's just fucking weaponizing a police state against a black woman still. Anyway, Just for what reason? As a form of punishment for calling you out for if you may or may not have actually stolen the dress? I don't know. I just don't think that is, ugh, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like, just everybody leave each other, block each other, run away. You know, it's not, let the courts decide. You know, I think the courts can decide what actions should be taken. I will say that if the dress was returned, there would be no theft case because it would have been returned. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm just putting that out there. But if you return the dress, there would I don't think there would be a theft case against Raylee. Um, or a breach of contract case against Raylee. But Raylee might still have a breach of contract case and a defamation case against Caze if the dress is returned. That's the difference. If the dress is returned, there are still legal remedies for Raylee. You know what I'm saying? And then Raylee would no longer have the theft case potentially against her or the breach of contract. Neither, in my opinion. I'm just putting that out there. In my opinion, it's in Raylee's best interest. And then everybody can stop saying she stole it. Anyone, I know that the internet has swayed opinions, but anyone that disagrees with that sway, that still thinks it's stolen, there would be no reason to still say it is if it was returned, right? I'm just putting that out there. That's just my opinion. I'm not an attorney. Do it, seek legal advice, do what the fuck your attorney says, I guess. But, you know, that's just my opinion. Just saying. Just saying. Just putting that out there. But that's what I would have fucking done. You know what I mean? Like, damn. I would have just given down the damn dress back and dealt with my attorney after my wedding. That's how I would have handled it. You know what I'm saying? If this happened to me and it was my wedding, I would have been like, fuck it. But you know, if I ever get married, I want to get a dress that I can tie dye and still wear after my wedding. I don't know if that's weird or not, or something like that. I'm gonna get or a dress that I wouldn't change. I'm gonna get the type of dress that's wearable for more than one occasion. I don't know if that's weird, but I'm just over here like, why am I gonna invest a shit ton of money into a dress that's only gonna be worn for one occasion, or I might pass it down? You know what I mean? No, like let's do something. You know what? Why am I going there? I don't think I'll ever get married. Fucking so it doesn't matter anyway. But anyway, fucking I'm way off topic. Did I have properly conclude this? So coming up, I do have more content planned with this. I do plan on doing a PR analysis of how public perception shifts. I want to do the possibility of further coverage on the employee side if I'm given consent, or on if the people who have reached out to me give me consent to cover their side. I want to do a timeline of facts published to shift my perception, and just still see if from all of this I still maintain my position. You know what I'm saying? Because I could still change my mind about whether or not the dress is stolen, right? And then efforts and crisis management for SEO on Raylee's name to reflect information coming to light. We kind of discussed that at the beginning in regards to the changes that I had made. I discussed that like in the introduction, I think, regarding the unlisting the first completed videos for now, the renamed playlist, and my production shift. So we discussed that prior. So yeah, because I talk shit, but I value accuracy on top of the belief in our rights to our own opinions. So yeah, and so currently, to ensure that what is found online regarding this coverage equally discusses conflicts with both parties, as well as both parties' side of the story, I have set the first 3 videos I completed to unlisted. I've left the videos unlisted and up as is to document the shift in perception and what I thought at the time I thought it. The video I am redoing for this live stream that we watched, that's going to remain private for the foreseeable future. So yeah, and I think that's all we need to know. I appreciate you very much for sticking with me through all of this, for discussing this with me, and for just like letting me know, there are people who have privately, even if they don't care to publicly comment, for those of you who have been watching and then discussing with me privately your thoughts, I really do value that. Thank you for watching. For those of you who have watched and then reached out to me based on this material, it means a lot to me that, you are discussing this with me. Um, I hope everybody makes it out of the situation in a way that is safe for all involved. And yeah, thanks for spending your time with me tonight. I hope you have a good night. Let's reflect on value alignment. Let's reflect on content production. Let's reflect on what is the right way for us to be going about in this life, right? So that's what we're trying to do, perhaps, using these types of things as case studies. So yeah, thanks for sticking with me today, and I appreciate you very much. Boop. It's always so awkward when I can't find this fucking button after I say goodbye. I'm like, damn it. It's like whenever you try to leave somewhere after you say goodbye to someone, and then you walk in the same fucking direction, and you're like, alright, well, that was fucking weird as shit. Alright, bye! Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at noladeathchild.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.